Da-da-da.
Da-da-da. You're hanging out in the break room. It's a Tuesday morning. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
33 degrees right now. There's actually some flakes outside depending on where you are,
Yeah.
but nothing's going to be sticky for you. We got a high of 40, but we're going to be in the 30s most of the day. And again, 30s and 40s for the rest of the week. Thursday will be your warmest of the week at 48.
Okay.
So we got that going for
All
us.
right.
All right, we need to have a serious talk in the break.
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
All right, so for those who are unaware, Tommy and Kimmy, despite appearing like the most opposite people on the planet,
Yes.
are actually the same person.
Share
we
a lot
in-
of interests.
Yes,
We
yes.
in sync.
Like shockingly
I don't know
similar.
why. Doesn't make sense.
In fact, they have now been referred to as commie. They are one person together. And one of the interests you guys share, a lot of TV shows.
Yes.
So here's how this goes. Standard day.
Couple top ones that we go over.
Look, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge.
Yeah.
They'll come in, and I'll be sitting here,
Yeah.
and they'll start talking about their shows that I don't watch,
Yeah.
and then I just get on my phone for a little while while
Yeah.
they do the little show thing. But it's starting to make me uncomfortable.
Why? Some of the stuff we talk about?
Over the last 6 months,
Yeah.
I would say twice a week.
It's gotta sound like we're just making it up.
Kimmy, you guys are describing the most graphic sexual acts I've ever heard in my life.
I would say it's beyond that. It's perverse. It's about as perverse as you could imagine.
Okay, so I'm going to describe to you guys listening what they were discussing today. And if you watch the show, is it White Lotus?
Yeah, it's on HBO.
This may be a spoiler alert, so I'll give you 3 seconds to 2, 1. Okay. I'm sitting here, and Tommy says out loud, the brother, J. Otis' brother.
Yep. Yes.
He had a threesome with his brother. And Kimmy's like, oh, my God, I know. They were all having a threesome together. The brothers were having a threesome.
Well, okay. Because here's the thing that Tommy does. If I don't watch the show, he will oversell
He does do that.
the next episode. So this was the one time we were on the same page. We were like, oh my God, that was crazy, right? Mm-hmm. There was no
shocking.
oversell in this. It was shocking to everybody.
And I think what would be funny, because my wife and I watch this show,
Okay.
would be to watch our expressions when we first see these scenes. It's got to be hysterical. Because we don't look at each other at first, because we're sitting on opposite ends of the couch, dogs in the middle, and all of a sudden we'll slowly turn our heads at each other like,
Is this really happening?
oh my God. And I don't know what to say. So I don't know what to say first.
Okay.
It's not a conversation you're prepared
No,
for.
you're not, man.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, this morning's conversation between you two with
Yeah.
two brothers
Yeah.
having a threesome,
Yeah.
that was shocking.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And it may be the most shocking thing
We
I've
don't
heard.
expect incest to pop up in the middle of a
Nope.
show.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's not just this. Like, on a regular basis, you two are discussing genitals,
Flapping cranks.
size.
A lot of we've gone over this. Way more penis in television than normal.
Like this show in particular now, we've had a few cranks.
Okay.
And
I mean,
unnecessary. They're just there.
long shots of cranks.
No, but like what you're hearing now is
Yeah.
those two going back and forth, describing, length, texture.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't watch any of these shows. So the only takeaway I have from modern written television
Yeah.
is the gratuitous sexual stuff you describe back and forth
Well,
to
that's
each other.
the shocking stuff we got
Yeah.
to read. Like that's the top of mind kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's not the whole show.
No, but you guys never talk about the plot of the shows at all.
Well,
you guys never break down the characters.
the plot's kind of all over the place.
Okay.
And we do break down the characters.
I have never heard you. Okay, I've never once heard you two be like, "Can you believe this happened?" If it wasn't followed up with ridiculously over the top,
Well, that's how
extreme
it- that's how it
sexual
goes.
gratuity.
I know.
Okay,
what
and
do
I'm
you
not
want?
judging. I'm just saying, as someone from the
Or
outside of this
a
entertainment,
non-watcher, a non-streamer.
I'm starting to understand why all these people from the Midwest want TV to be illegal. I started to get it. I don't want my children exposed to your disgusting brother threesome, penis everywhere, vagina hat stories. I don't want any of them.
It's all there for you.
And there's one thing that I can't shake when I hear you guys have this back and forth. There was a time
There was a non-penis time.
when coworkers would get together for water cooler talk about what was on the TV the night
Yeah, it
before.
was Cheers and Taxi.
Exactly.
Friends.
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
talking about Ross and Rachel, what happened on The
NYPD
Office,
Blue.
all of these things, right?
Sure.
And you could have these discussions because these were network broadcast television. There was
Yeah.
nothing you were going to
Oh, no.
say to a coworker about what happened on that show that was going to be inappropriate.
You know why? Because America had standards back then.
My,
Patrick.
my question is this. You're a man in his 60s. Kimmy, you're a woman in her 30s.
Yep.
You two are openly discussing, as you put it, perverse sexual acts.
Yes.
How the hell are people not getting fired en masse when they are trying to have conversations about these shows at the water cooler the next day?
It's funny you bring this up because they're saying that this show in particular is like the #1 water cooler conversation at work right now.
How do you have that conversation?
I don't know, to your point, unless everybody's watching it so everybody's on the same page when you're there talking about it. But like if you walked in on it, a non-watcher like yourself.
I love how you're making that a
Well,
slur.
No, you're
Non-watcher.
You're a non-streamer. You're one of those people.
You're streamless.
But yeah, you would be shocked. Yeah.
No, I am shocked. I am. And, like, I know, my panties aren't getting in a bunch or anything, but I would understand why there are several people who work here where if you two were talking and they came up with a conversation, HR would be immediately alerted if we had one.
I understand.
Well, I wonder how much of it's actually being spoken about, only because like I have group chats of people that I know that will watch the same show, so we'll all send each other like theories and memes and all this stuff about the show. So we rarely talk about it because it's already been said in the group chat.
Gotcha. But what are you going to walk up to Tommy to show him a meme?
Well, I mean, besides us.
Look at that crank. Look at it.
Don't do that with your coworkers. And by the way, I'm judging you guys here, but it's
Sure.
not just you guys. It seems like, God, I sound like my grandmother.
It's gone too far.
No, I mean, every show, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, again, as we're discussing Tommy and Kimmy breaking down the episode of this TV show they love. And this morning, I look up and I hear them talking about two brothers that had a threesome and one that J.O.'d his brother. And I'm sorry if you got kids in the car.
Oh, by the way, that brother is Arnold Schwarzenegger's son.
Okay. Got to pay the bills, I guess.
It's amazing to watch that because I wonder how Arnold takes it.
So, Maria
I
Shriver.
never did that. Even the only time when I was in L.A. and I needed to use the weight room.
This is just an excuse for him to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
yeah,
of course,
just get
man.
out of the way and let him do his dynamite impressions from 40 years ago.
40 years ago, he's still relevant.
How?
He's on TV right now.
He's the TV right
He's
now.
doing TV right now.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
He's not.
He's around.
Okay. It's not just you guys.
What?
Because it also seems my wife is big into fantasy shows.
Yeah.
Can't understand why.
Yeah.
Looking for a fantasy. She loves what's the one with the
Dragons.
Like Game of Thrones, but
Yeah.
there's like a new one.
Yeah,
I
the
forgot what
offshoots
it's
of
called.
that. She
Yeah,
loves not the Highlander.
So, but like, yeah, okay.
The guy in the kilt who travels through time. Stupidest idea ever. Hey, man, let's take this guy. We'll put him in a kilt. We'll make him a time traveler.
All right.
Now he's got a sword. Okay. But all of those shows also have the most turned to 11 gratuitous violence and sexuality I've ever seen.
Yes.
Like I will be falling asleep while my wife is watching this, and every once in a while I'll like roll over, get a glance at the TV, and it's just like extreme sex. It's like X Games sex.
Yeah.
Sex games, if you will.
Right.
And like my wife, she's not that person, but she's all in on that stuff too. You cannot put a show on television today if it doesn't have sexual stuff that is going to shock even the most disturbed, as I point to Tommy, of human beings.
Well, I'm trying to think like what's left though, because like
Don't ask that question.
there's only one thing left, and it kind of showed up in this show
I'm not sure what's left.
when the guy took a dump in somebody's luggage,
Oh.
Okay.
and you actually
Yes.
saw the dump.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Like,
that was
coming-
Saw the dog.
Bro, you saw it like a Play-Doh Fun
like if it
Factory.
was- if
He's
it-
bent over, and I'm going, they're not going to show this, right? And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, here he comes, bro.
Well, I was like, if they faked this, they did a good job.
And here comes this turd train.
People all over the world.
Turd train.
I know you do the song wrong, but I know how wrong you do it, so now we're back on the same page again. No,
So, I mean, I don't know what's left.
I'm gonna
Let's
make
not ask that question.
I'm gonna make an arrogant statement. All right.
Now?
No,
Yeah.
I'm,
This is your first one?
no, I'm sorry that I'm just sitting here, and all of a sudden it's like J.O. Brothers.
That's not true. Like we watch Below Deck. That's not like graphic in
Well,
any way.
only 'cause
Well,
it's
they
on
actually
Bravo.
get a little crazy, though, too.
Here we go.
But there's no
No.
full frontal nudity.
No.
Yet, you realize
Yeah.
that all of the
We
show.
have a range, Pat.
Yeah, we like to think we're well-rounded people.
Yeah, don't just bog me down with cranks. You realize that all of this stuff exists in the shows that you're watching because outside of it, they're not entertaining.
What?
If
Wait
you
a
didn't have,
Well, how can you make that statement when you've never seen the show?
it.
here's why.
I would
I'd
still.
love to hear this.
I admitted this was going to be an arrogant statement.
It's an extremely. I've never read this book, but I think it sucks.
All right. Look,
Go ahead.
man. Look, if the only things you guys talk about every day,
We're only talking about the shocking
no,
stuff.
you don't talk about the plot. You barely talk
You
about
don't
the
wanna
characters.
hear about the
but
plot.
you're talking like I'm not here.
Well, we're
which
trying to
is
get
fine.
to the pop.
The pop. That's what I mean.
Pop.
Like
Yeah,
you don't
the
come in
first
here.
thing you talk about is the shocking stuff.
No, normally back in the day, the first thing you would talk about is like the crazy angle of the story the night
There's
before.
a lot of angles going on.
Yeah, one hangs right to the left, one goes straight down, one's in his brother's hand.
It's a great show.
No,
it's well written.
Yes,
it's
it is.
it's like the cinematography's
The
Amazing.
cinematography.
It is
it literally
amazing.
draws
Shut up,
people.
Scorsese.
It literally draws people to these vacation
Yeah.
spots.
Which I also don't get. I got a brother I'm into. Google White Lotus locations. No, if the story was good,
It is good.
Story's great.
that would be the first thing you discuss. But you never discuss
You
it.
leave the room when
You-
we get to that part.
I just had to take a dump this morning. You in somebody's suitcase. You guys only talk about cranks and vaginas.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we talked about the monastery scene.
I don't
Oh,
even want to
God.
know what the hell happened there.
Bro, out of control.
Oh, really?
I've never seen so many hands. Well written.
I'm also stunned that you and your wife can watch that together. And I know you.
I am actually stunned too. Because if I brought that up
That's
as a
how
joke,
good the plot is.
if I brought that scene up as a joke, she would be appalled. But because it was there, socially acceptable apparently.
No, but it's not socially
But
acceptable.
it kind of is more so than if I just said it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Because where would that come from?
I don't know.
In what context could you describe that to your
I
wife?
don't know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is what, again, tells me show's not good. They're just doing crazy
So
sexual
guys
stuff.
should stop watching.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's kid, J.O.'s brother. That's the name of the show.
Nope,
It's what-
opposite.
doesn't matter, really.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger got the.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad we cleared all that up.
Arnold's out of his mind.
What did it
I
sound
can't
like?
believe I pay for a streaming service. This is what I get. I raised this kid better.
You know what the
I
weird?
should have banged the maid again and made another kid.
The show is so popular that the ghost of Richard Nixon is actually watching it now.
Remember last night, Arnold, Pat and I were watching it, and I said, Pat, you getting any ideas here?
And
You want to give little Dick a little workout?
And it turns out that this story, Kimmy, it is a really good story. You're right. I shouldn't. It's actually been in development for over 100 years
What?
because, well, they tried to get it produced. They went to, President Truman. He had a production company. They went to him. And they,
Well, you give me Truman. I never thought Well, I would say by the end of this century, maybe we could get a service where we could watch
oh,
things.
Kennedy stole that from
things.
him by the end of this century. Well, and then Kennedy got to preview it, too.
I say by the end of this century, I can touch my brother. It'll be socially acceptable.
By the way, is that out of the question that that happened?
Good, they drank a lot.
Look, I want to give you guys a heads up.
What?
And I'm saying this because I love you guys.
What's up?
All right? And this is almost 100% directed at you. Tell me you like.
What?
We have a great building, right? Like all of the morning shows,
Oh, yeah.
we're all friends. We all get along great. We talk about a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
And like
Very unique.
Yeah. Do not talk about this show with anybody.
We don't. That's why we keep it to this room.
Oh
who
no,
you
I'm
talk-
talking to Tommy.
Yeah.
Bro, I
He
know
doesn't
you
talk
won't
to
do it.
anybody
I don't talk
else.
to anybody, period.
No, but I could see like somebody else from another show popping their head in and being like, "Oh my God, do you guys watch White Lotus?" And you just going off about family threesomes,
Yes.
and now,
And incest.
now we have a 3-day Tommy's on vacation show. Like I mean,
What time to watch that?
I'm just saying, I get that it's awesome that we're all comfortable in this room together, and it obviously doesn't bother me.
Know
but-
your audience.
Exactly. Thank you.
Here's what's going to happen. Because I know you don't have time for any of this stuff with the kids and, what's
I do
going
not.
on.
I'm far too busy.
But once your kids leave the house,
He's gonna get caught up on
you're
it all.
going to start watching all this stuff, and you're going to turn into my aunt.
How did I miss this?
So my aunt was like the most removed individual I've ever met. Like she was a lawyer, she traveled, she had no concept of like popular culture.
Mm-hmm.
So when she retired, she found Nickelodeon. And this is like because she was an insomniac.
Okay.
and
you
she
mean
would
like
stay
Nick at Night?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, Nick at Night.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, what is she watching?
I know.
Rugrats?
She may have, but she would go, Thomas, are you familiar with this Bill Cosby? His show is so good. And then she would start talking about Taxi that had been off the air for 10 years. You're going to be that guy 10 years too late.
Maybe, but
You're going to be like Encino Man walking around.
Okay, wow. dynamite reference
Great Pauly Shore vehicle.
from the third most popular movie the week it came out in 1993. The Truman impression was more timely than your Encino Man reference. We got a dynamite Brendan Fraser for an Oscar kind of break room for
Pauly
you.
Shore drove that movie completely.
Drove that movie.
Here at the break room on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's that new wacky segment.
What's it called?
What we streaming it in the hood.
Kimmy's got her post for the neighborhood app that you guys have been sending her. She's removed street names and town references, but there's enough clues left in there.
Oh, sure.
Where you, if you listen,
You have to listen.
you'll be able to figure out where they whine, and we do it just after 9 o'clock. So set your phone alarms or stay with us. What are you going to do? Watch a dude touch his brother? Don't do that.
No.
It's illegal in almost every state.
Yeah, probably.
Almost. And a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, we got to keep all of our important things private,
Yes.
right? Like, credit card numbers.
Sure.
This seems like something you would not want to share with everybody. But 30 million people, even with just with this company, did it because they were curious about where they came from and what their future could be.
Oh, yes.
Did you see the story yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
The company that collected this is now going out of business, and it has created a very potential serious situation.
Why? What's wrong? It'll just sit someplace.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a problem without a solution
Oh.
because we don't even know what the problem would cause.
Oh.
In fact, to be fair, not even sure if this is actually a problem. But it doesn't sound good.
Okay.
You got to protect your personal data, Tommy.
You got to watch your data.
And this doesn't get any more personal. There's nothing more personal than this. You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. Another local boy done good. And if he does a little gooder,
Are you doing gooder?
he'll be on national television come May. There are some things you could see in people where you automatically know they are super smart.
Yeah.
When it comes to adults, would this be one of them?
Oh.
And we'll tell you what this kid just accomplished just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Are you guys familiar with the business 23andMe?
Yes.
Okay, so for those who don't know,
It's like that Ancestry.com.
kind of, but
Yeah.
Ancestry.com even offers a bunch of different stuff. 23andMe was specifically a company that would analyze your DNA
Yeah.
to give you more information on your background. They would send you a kit in the mail. You'd buy it.
Yeah.
You swab the inside of your cheek, your saliva, send it back to them, and from that sample, they would extract your DNA. And then they would run tests on it to find out your ancestry.
Your family history, right?
That was just one of them.
Oh.
They could also find out your physical traits and dispositions, and then also what health conditions you could have down the road based on where you came from.
Okay.
They'd keep all this information in a password-protected account on their website that you could go to and look at any time.
Fantastic.
And this business looked like it was a massive success when it first started.
Yeah.
Not so much now, because yesterday, 23andMe declared bankruptcy.
So they went belly up.
They went belly up. And them shutting down is problematic enough. The bigger problem,
What's the problem?
as part of the bankruptcy,
Yeah.
23andMe is going to be sold to the highest bidder.
So they would get all that information
That is the theory
that you didn't agree to.
being floated. Well, here's the thing. You don't
Yeah.
know what you agreed to because you probably clicked some box with a whole
True.
bunch of words that you
Right.
didn't read.
So anybody could buy it.
You got it.
Right.
10NBC did an interview with someone from the company a few weeks ago,
Oh.
and they asked about the privacy concerns. And this person from the company gave some vague answer about customer privacy being a huge priority for 23andMe.
That's always reassuring. Vagueness.
Also, 2 years ago, 23andMe were hacked. They had to
Oh.
pay $30 million to the folks that had their DNA information stolen.
Well, now we know why they went bankrupt.
Could be a problem.
Had to write that 30 mil check.
Yeah.
By the way, all of this sounds like a plot to like a horrific Jurassic
Yeah.
Park sequel, doesn't it? So meanwhile, the state attorney generals in both New York and California are encouraging people who still have accounts at 23andMe to delete them so the information goes away. And that's all well and good.
Oh, wait, they would still have your information.
that doesn't seem like a definite solution.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of silly, naive to assume they don't have
Yeah,
it somewhere
right.
else.
Yeah.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are used to protecting our passwords, credit cards, social. Now 15 million people have to worry about their...
My spit.
Yeah.
They're going to clone you.
Should this be something we're worried about?
Why not?
Well, no, okay. So,
I mean, why not? Every day there's something else they're going to scare you with. Why not this?
okay, so let me back you up, Kimmy. You said something that,
just
may,
kidding,
that may
but-
be incorrect. They wouldn't have your actual DNA. Okay. Now
Well, they do have your DNA.
Well, okay, they did at one point.
I don't know if they discarded it or if they keep it somewhere.
Also, valid point. You're right.
I don't.
We don't
I mean,
know
I don't
if-
know what they do with it after they're done.
Would it be weird if everybody that did 23andMe has like some clone
It's like in
body?
like in
Sitting
a cooler somewhere.
In some farm.
Thank God DeMar Hamlin did it all those years ago.
Oh.
No, I mean the information is what people are
Yeah.
concerned
yeah.
about. You're worried
mean,
about the
it's-
actual DNA.
I don't know. I don't know what they could do with that in the future.
A half pig, half Tommy, also known as a Tommy. I mean, would you guys be upset
Yeah.
if your DNA information was sold to the
To
highest
be
bidder?
honest, like I think if I did something like this, I would just like assume it's out there somewhere.
So you're
and you said it got hacked before, so I guess I probably would have had that fear then too. You know?
What?
Would your DNA information, not your actual DNA, but the DNA information in someone else's hands bother you?
I don't know what they would do with it. So, no.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what horrible thing they could do with just my DNA, like
Info.
knowing my chemical makeup, what that would do.
Well, I mean, like if we want to not talk horrible, but from a business standpoint, they would have a tailor-made script on what to sell you.
Okay, but don't they already kind of have that based on how I shop?
Kinda.
Your interests.
I mean, I guess no, at my age, no. I mean, if I was younger, maybe. What are they going to do with my old ass spit? I'm lucky I got spit.
So neither of you
Like,
did.
there's so much pharmaceutical in my spit. They may not even know what they're looking at.
So neither of you did 23andMe or Ancestry.com?
We did Ancestry.com. We got it as a gift. My wife and I got it as a gift from my stepson.
Oh.
And it was like the biggest jive.
Why?
Because it told you everything you already knew. And then they wanted to sell you, okay, we gave you this information, which I already knew.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
yeah,
they
you
tried
have
to sell you more.
Upsell, yeah.
So, like, if you want more information, you got to buy it. So it's kind of a lost leader.
Okay, so you weren't surprised by anything you found?
No.
Your,
Like, they told me exactly where, like, I already knew where my
People.
grandparents came from.
Okay, because like there are people who have gotten this done and were shocked to find that they had family from all different parts of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get that one.
Can I go conspiracy theory now after
Yeah.
Kimmy did? I kind of assume they were just like making it up.
They could.
Like
Why couldn't
but
they?
You're right, but at the same time, I guess if you and family members all do it and you're from the same spots, like I mean, would that be?
Oh, good call.
You know what I mean? Like I
Good
guess that
call.
would kind of make it a little bit more legitimate if you literally share these places and information.
the only way to really know would be to do one through 23andMe and then one through Ancestry.com
Yeah.
and see if they came back
Yeah.
exactly the same.
And even if you just get that base program, it doesn't like pinpoint anything.
Oh, really?
It just shows you a region and a region.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, okay. Thanks.
252 WCMF. Again, 23andMe, the DNA, I guess, sourcing, I don't even know how to describe it, company has gone bankrupt. They are now up for the highest bidder, and folks are worried that all the information that they gave
Yeah.
from swabbing their cheek, all their DNA is going to be sold to the highest bidder. Elijah writes us, the only hope is that another DNA company is the highest bidder in hopes of better results. So maybe Ancestor 23andMe wasn't the good one to use?
Okay.
Was this always a fad the whole time?
Wait a minute.
Well, like it's going upside down, right?
Yeah. It
It's
kind of
a-
ran its course.
Well, I don't know, because like you run out of people
Yeah, you
eventually.
only do it
care.
once.
Because you have to care about this
Yeah.
stuff, right? How many people really give a crap?
I think people are curious. I think
All
it's
right.
natural to be curious about it, especially if like you don't have any information prior.
Yeah. All right.
Well, okay, so like folks that were adopted, this would be huge
Yeah.
for you,
Yeah.
right? There
Okay.
was a comic we knew who that was one of it. This was I hadn't seen him since this happened.
Yeah.
But like he was obsessed with where he came
Yeah.
from because he had absolutely no information. So I would understand a guy like that. Now here's the thing: there are legit medical reasons to use this stuff. The health condition testing is legitimate.
Well, do you see like certain diseases run in your family or it's in your DNA?
Yeah.
Yes, what you are
Cancer, I guess,
Things
would be
you
the
could
big
be
one.
susceptible to.
You got it. So, like, you would be able to, let's say you're predisposed to certain kinds of cancers,
Right.
keep a closer eye on those things.
All right.
And here's the thing. There are other more reputable medical companies that offer this, but you don't get the whole fun, like, oh, my God, I got family from Palmyra, Palermo, one or whatever.
Yeah. One of them peas.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
So I'm pretty sure isn't definitely the way this is going to go is insurance companies, now they know all your predispositions.
Ooh, that's
and now
not good.
everything's a pre-existing condition, and they'll charge you more in advance ahead of time.
That's really, really bad, Nick.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which they probably already have it. If you've ever done 23andMe, I'm sure they've already bought it somehow. You know, like it doesn't matter that it's for sale now. I'm sure they've probably gotten access to it in one way or another.
All right,
But
Nick, did you do this through 23andMe or Ancestry.com?
Nope.
Okay. Did you actively choose not to because you were scared of how the information could be used?
No, just never really had an interest, but I definitely have had that in the back of my mind the whole time that this has been a thing.
Nick was on to him the whole time.
Yeah, buddy.
Man.
But like, there's
23andMe
certain
hipster.
cultures. No, you already know your background based on like.
Well, you know what they tell you.
Right. It's good enough for me.
Well-
like you have a pretty good background on with your family from Ireland.
Hey, Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate
I
it.
think some people think that like they're fully like I'm fully Italian, I'm fully Irish,
Yeah.
and then they do something like this or a family member does. It's like actually turns out we're not really that Irish. you
Okay.
know?
But to answer your question,
Yeah.
I did the Ancestry.com tree build. I didn't
Yeah.
do the.
Yeah. Oh, really?
That sounded bad into a microphone. I didn't
I'm
knob a guy.
surprised.
I didn't knob a guy to get Ancestry.com because that way the DNA would get all screwed up in my mouth. I was able. I had a pretty good idea of where my family came from, and that wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
However, when I did the Ancestry.com tree, I did find out about my great-grandfather who was brought to Rochester to go to jail.
Okay.
That was when I found
Oh,
out.
so you found that one.
Yeah, when he
All
was a
right.
teenager, he was brought. He showed up in Boston, and then all of a sudden, like 3 or 4 years later, he was at industry, that
Yeah.
kids' reformatory school.
Yeah.
And we don't know why.
All right.
But, like, had I not, I had never gotten any stories about my great-grandfather on my dad's side, and had I not done that, I wouldn't have known.
Okay,
You know
that's
what
a
I
good
mean?
one. All right.
But it is weird. It's just Irish people banging Irish people all the way down.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's kind of everybody, right?
Not at this point anymore. Like
Yeah.
most
Well, I mean,
people.
like back in the old days.
But I'm saying in 2025, for me to just be nothing but Irish DNA,
Yeah, that would be probably
strange,
impossible,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, but it looks that way based on my family tree breaking out. Way to go, my daughters. Thanks for screwing that up for everybody. I mean, you do assume that any company that wants to buy your DNA information is part of some giant evil corporation, right?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Or did we watch too many 80s sci-fi movies?
Probably that too. A little combo plate.
Okay. Would either of you do this now?
No.
Yeah,
You
I
would.
would.
So nothing that we discussed worries you.
Nah, I've never. So I don't have any like background from like ancestry or anything like that. I mean, like I know my mom's like looked into it. I'm sure I could like look through her stuff, but like I
could break and enter in my parents' house and find out where it came from.
like she has like an account and stuff.
Oh,
so,
gotcha. Okay. No, I meant like the swabbing. You would do the swabbing?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm interested enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right.
Because you know what it is? I know that my mom's like they're like all Italian. I have no idea what's on my dad's side, so it is kind of
Party.
interesting.
So it's funny. I had the same experience.
Yeah.
Are dads worse at keeping track of where their families come from, or do dads just believe the lies that families tell all the way down?
I think they probably buy into the jive, especially if it's something they want to hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like my brothers both believe the stories, and when I bring up other stuff, they deny it.
Stuff
Like,
that you know is true.
Oh, it just makes sense, man. I mean,
okay.
just like
all right, hold on. You are also a cynical dick.
yes, I am.
Which also came up in your DNA report.
Yeah, it did. Well, I swabbed mine.
Wow, he's 1/10 chlamydia. He comes from
It's a small town in Sicily,
He comes with a chlamydia. God damn it, you stupid.
the chlamydia country.
Thank you.
No, but like my brothers like get pissed off when I say, you know, like especially like my grandfather's spy. You know, they were all scumbags, man. And like, but they have like this image. Guy, I never met the guy. Mm-hmm. He died before I was born.
But they met him.
Yeah, but they were They were like little kids. So like they think that they knew Grandpa. You were 4 when you met Grandpa,
You don't-
and he croaked.
You don't have to be so condescending.
No, but they act like they knew the guy.
You were 4. You
Yeah.
don't know nothing
Well,
about nothing.
A 4 and a 7-year-old really can grasp the concept of like criminal activity in New Orleans
Okay.
in the 1910s.
But I mean, look, it's not. They're your brothers.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not crazy to think guys of that era would want to take pride in where their family
Mm.
came from, the family name. It mattered. It mattered a ton up until this last generation.
So my one brother really got into it, and I think he bought like the extended version of this thing, and he found out that on my mother's side we had some great uncles, you would call them, served in the Civil War,
Oh.
and well, they were from Auburn.
Oh,
so
okay,
they would have
good.
been
Okay, we're good, everybody.
All right. So
They somehow still serve for the South.
yes. And I was like, okay, but like, what do you do with that? Okay, like a lot of guys served in the Civil War. And I said, it didn't really tell you anything.
Well,
They
but-
just said that they served.
No, but I find that cool because my family was here right around when it started, so I don't know if any of my family. There's no record that my family would have served.
I'm assuming if they were Irish coming here, they were immediately sent into war.
But there's no record. Like normally, those military records show up.
like you were like the North Koreans at that period of time. Yeah, send these guys first. Hey, I'm gonna go down there and shove a thing or two. We don't need no stinking guns.
No, we're Mexican.
Punch them with my bare hands.
With that, yeah, why do you need 23andMe when I can just ask you what my ancestors sounded like? This kid, congratulations. A big old pat on the
Wow.
back. And if he keeps this run going, we're going to
Yeah.
see him on national television in May. You would assume this kid is smart.
Mm-hmm.
But as we get older, if an adult is good at this,
Yeah.
do you automatically assume they are an all-around brilliant person?
Like they're sharp.
We'll get into it
Okay.
next here in the break room on CMF. some things just say smart.
Okay.
Details from someone.
Oh.
You can pick up they're an intelligent person.
Yeah.
Feels like this is one of those things because these kids in school were looked at as like really smart.
Oh.
And they can make you feel really dumb when you make this mistake they don't. But does that mean the rest of their brain is just as good?
The whole brain.
Oh, I don't know. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. Gentlemen, you are the defenders of your home. The last line of defense.
Mm-hmm.
And if something goes wrong inside or outside, it is on you no matter the time of night to get up and handle that business.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Something that Tommy found out recently. And may have some explaining to do to his neighbors. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, we got a kid from our area done good.
What do you do?
Reed Lurson is an 8th grader out in Canandaigua.
Oh, he's a child.
That's right. He is headed to the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Oh.
Big time.
That's right.
Yeah, that time of the year.
Doesn't get any spellier
Nope.
than that. So he is the best in the region, and if the kid goes on a heater, we will see him on national television in May on The Big Show. And you got to be a smart kid to get this far, right?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously, Reed has a lot going for him.
Mm-hmm.
But getting away from Reed and his amazing accomplishment for just a second. As an adult, does being a good speller automatically make you a smart person?
That's a great question. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I can't spell, so I'm impressed.
Okay.
But most people can spell.
No, I don't think
degree.
most people can spell.
Well, to a degree. Better than me.
Well, yeah, but we're idiots.
I don't even know how to spell it. So. All right, but that doesn't mean like because we know people that have big jobs that are really good at certain things but can't do other things.
Okay, but just because you're good at something doesn't make you all around. You know what I mean by
Yeah,
smart,
all around,
right? Like just
yeah.
like that person has like they have a grasp on how the world works,
Yeah.
on how most things.
Yeah, they have
work.
common sense.
I wish I had more words I could use in that sentence. Kimmy,
Yeah.
does being a good speller as an adult make you smart?
I will admit that when I can't spell something that I think is an obvious word or an easy word to spell, I feel really, really dumb. That being said, I don't know if I see somebody that can spell that word. Like, I don't necessarily think that they're smarter than the room.
Oh.
So I don't know. I'm not impressed.
You're not impressed?
Really?
I don't think so.
Wow.
As an adult.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because when, Tommy, you think back to the kids who won spelling bees when we were in school,
Yeah.
they were always the smartest
yeah.
kids all the way around.
Yeah, but that was like a low level, single A spelling bee. Like we didn't have
still
one
have to
Indian
study.
kid in my school to go up against. So
Okay.
like, you know what I mean? It's like saying you were good at baseball in the 30s. You hadn't met all the good guys yet. You know what I'm saying? Jackie hadn't shown up at the Dodgers yet.
I understand, but you can't make that statement having never spelled a word right in a spelling bee in your
no,
life.
no, you're right.
And
but-
look, you're not alone. I in any spelling bee situation I was in, I never spelled the right word.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
never spelled a right spelling bee word in my
I always
life.
tanked.
But like outside of the editor of a newspaper right now,
Mm-hmm.
there aren't any jobs that require you to have impeccable spelling. So you wouldn't really know these days who is and isn't a good
Yeah,
speller.
you know what I'm thinking? Like, the only reason you would know is because that person's being a dick.
Okay, here's what I'm getting from Kimmy, and tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to believe, Tommy,
Yeah.
that people that can spell are all around smart.
Okay.
And it feels like you kind of are leaning that way, too.
Yeah, I mean, I would give them the benefit of the doubt.
All right, but we know we're dumb.
Yeah.
Kimmy, on the other hand, despite being dumb, does not embrace her dumbness like
No,
you and I do.
I literally just said I feel really dumb
you
when I
said-
can't spell something.
You said you feel dumb. There is a difference between feeling dumb in moments and knowing that
But you don't
No,
think you're a
dumb.
dumb person.
No, I don't think I'm a dumb person.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
I am a dumb person.
Yeah.
You guys are dumb.
No. Are you kidding
We
me?
couldn't do the show if we were dumb. Yes, we could. I lied.
What show do you hear in the morning? What I'm getting at is,
This
Kimmy,
is the only show I can do. Because it's so low.
what I'm getting at is,
Low show.
you don't want to call people adults that can spell
Okay, you
smart
know what it is?
because they make you feel worse about yourself.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
But I don't know. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that I don't think that they're smart. I guess I'm just not impressed by it.
How are you not
I
impressed
can,
by
I
it?
can admit somebody's smart and not be like impressed that you can spell a word.
All right, so you and I go to see Pat's wife. She's
Yeah,
our
yeah, yeah.
dermatologist.
Yes.
So when I'm in there, she has I'm assuming she's a nurse who sits in with her, and when Nana's like describing what's on
Yeah.
me, she uses
Dr. Duffy? She's your doctor? I'm sorry, she's your doctor. No, I'm sorry. Did she not?
She's also a friend.
Does she not deserve the respect of what she earned at her degree?
Okay, so Dr. Duffy.
No, you can call her Nana. It just sounds weird when you call her Dr. Duffy.
But she starts spitting out the actual technical terms of what she's looking at on my gross
Yeah.
ass back.
Yeah.
And it just sounds foreign to me. And that woman sits there and types this in as fast as she's saying it. And I looked at her and one time I go, there's no way you know how to spell all that, man.
You suck
You're
at
making
your
it up.
job. You gotta sound it out after.
You're making it up, man. Because like these words are like long.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You're right. I
confusing.
am impressed by something like that.
Remember when you said he wasn't dumb and his take was these words are like long.
Yes. Like I can't do any long words.
There are like X's and Z's thrown in there.
I'm talking Poughkeepsie blows me away.
I also assume, and I know this also makes me a dick too, but when you can't spell something or you spell something wrong and somebody corrects you and you just think, okay, just because you know how to spell that word doesn't make you smarter than me.
The grammar
Yeah.
cops.
No,
Who
but
are
that's
the
not
biggest
grammar,
dick?
you idiot. That's how dumb this show is. It's
The
spelling.
word cop, whatever you want to call it.
But you're proving my point. You're proving my point. You don't want to admit people that can spell are all around smart because it makes you feel dumb because you're not embracing your dumb,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
But I don't think because you could like correct one word that I spelled wrong. I don't know if you're a good speller or not. You just noticed it.
All right, let me ask this question.
All
Maybe
right.
we're asking this question the wrong way. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this kid. His name is Reed Lurson. He's an 8th grader in Canandaigua. He has won the regional spelling bee, which means he's headed off to the Scripps National Spelling Bee in May. Good for him. Obviously a smart kid. But
Yeah.
as we're talking about adults here, the question was, if an adult can spell really well, do you automatically assume they're smart? All right, so Tommy, let's say a hypothetical situation. We go downstairs in the basement, and we find an old lamp in the boiler room.
Oh, okay.
Genie pops out.
Right.
Turns out that noise 2 weeks ago was a genie trying to
Right.
get out. Yeah. He's an education genie,
Okay.
and he says, I can grant you one wish.
One word.
I can make you great at math, or I can make you great at spelling. Those are the only two things I can do. I'm a union genie.
Okay.
Which one do you choose?
Oh, I'm taking spelling.
Over math?
Yeah.
I think you'd use it more.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, actually now with like autocorrect on your phone.
Yeah, you don't need to know how to spell.
Yeah, but I never knew how to spell.
You never knew how to math either.
I can at least count to 10.
No, you
I don't know.
Bro,
we-
no,
Well,
you
not
can't.
in order.
When you say numbers, you'll go 4 and then hold up different fingers.
I'm still taking the English first.
Really?
Yeah.
I might take the math. It would be pretty cool to just do that stuff in your head.
No, but I
without
don't
needing a
walk around
calculator.
spewing math
Think of how
all day.
but think of how much more we would use a calculator on this show than spell check.
We have 3 adults. One with a college degree,
Yeah.
one with a high school degree, and one who lied to a Christian man to get out of high school.
Yeah.
We can't do math to
No,
save
we
our
can't.
life. And you use math way more than you use spelling.
No, but I speak all the time. I don't
You
speak
don't
math.
have to spell out the words, idiot.
But I also don't use the correct word.
That wouldn't help you with
I don't
spelling.
think that would help.
No, I think I would if I knew like higher words. Like I only know low words.
So you think
man.
like by being a better speller, you would know more overall words?
I think it would help. Because I use I know my wife will say, "Don't you mean well?" No, it's good.
I still
gooder.
I still don't know how to use those.
I don't. Why did they make good if you don't use it?
Well, no, you do use good.
No, every time I use it, it's wrong.
All right, a simple way
It's
somebody.
good and gooder.
No, a simple way somebody taught me how to use it. You ready?
Right.
Superman does good. You do. Nope, I screwed it up.
I don't know. Like I feel good, or do I feel well?
No, you feel good.
Yeah, you can feel
If you
good.
feel good if your body feels good. You do good if you're like outside
So
helping.
when do you use well?
I don't. When you're looking for water out of the ground, I don't
No,
know.
but I feel well, like as in health.
I don't feel well. Not I don't feel good.
I don't feel good is wrong. I think.
So
Yes.
James Brown was wrong. I feel well. Good God, I feel well.
Kimmy, remember when you argued that we weren't dumb people? And you're participating in the conversation.
I always go
fully
back to James
understand.
Brown.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who's the smartest person you know?
The smartest person I know. I mean, your wife's up there.
Ass kissing, lower
I don't know
copay
a lot
fighting
of doctors, personally.
For. You okay? Other than my wife, who is the smartest person you know?
I I mean, here's the thing. Like, I know people that have like what I would consider smart jobs, so I don't know how to like rank them against each other.
Like overall smart, like wow.
Yeah, like you're impressed.
Like this person just knows it.
Who's the smartest person you know?
My wife is a genius. And after that, it's your wife.
Shut up! You pandering ass bitches. You pandering ass bitches.
I mean, it's hard because like here's the problem.
Okay.
The people back in my day that I thought were smart, I found out were idiots
Oh.
later on in life.
Okay.
Like I found out they were wrong. They either lied, but they were such good salesmen of selling their BS genius that I got one pulled
scammed?
over on me.
That's a good take.
You know what I mean?
It's a good take.
Like for you to say this is like an overall oh my god guy, those guys were all liars. So I don't know.
But there are smart people.
Oh sure, but they're usually on television and I don't get to shake their hand.
Not necessarily. You have someone in your life who is brilliant where they can explain complicated topics or subjects simply so we can understand them. You have a conversation with them and you understand that they have a grasp on multiple different things that you don't understand. You don't have that person?
I will say, like, the smart person that can take something complicated and explain it to me in simple terms. That, to me, is brilliant.
I agree.
But those are really rare people. Because the people that are really good at their job will bore the crap out of you because they lose you so fast.
That's why we're so entertaining. We're not good at our jobs.
So who do you know that could take something extremely complicated
And put it in
dumb it down to the common man?
break room speak.
Right. And now you have a grasp of the situation.
You know who's really good at it?
Who?
And if you listen to the show for a while, David Andrietta, he wrote for the DNC City. He now works as a professor. When he would come in here,
Yeah.
that guy could take really complicated
All right, there you
ideas
go.
and speak to us and be like, hey, dummy, here's how things go. Like, I look at that guy. That guy's really smart.
All right, but that's a journalist, right? He takes something complicated.
Can't even
and-
say the
Yeah,
word journalist, you dumbass.
He does journalism gooder than
Probably a good
most
speller.
Americans.
Well, you got to be a good speller if you're doing the journalism.
Yeah.
Good.
You still doing the words, sir?
What are you doing?
You still writing? You still writing the words down?
You know what's funny?
What?
Like being smart and people knowing you're smart, it's very important when you're a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Good grades, college scholarships,
Sure.
high fives, all the pats on the back. It doesn't always translate to adult life because being smart doesn't mean you're going to be rich.
No,
And being rich doesn't mean you're smart.
for sure.
There are plenty of brilliant people that went into fields that don't pay anything because that's what they felt they were
Yeah,
called to.
they had a passion. Yeah.
But like for all the good that comes with being a smart kid when you're younger, it doesn't really feel like being a smart adult guarantees those perks.
It doesn't.
I mean, if anything, it may make it harder to relate to the people around you,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Because, like, okay, for example, smart folks, if we have a question about something complicated,
Yeah.
like you just said, smart folks will call this show to answer this question, and they will give us the right answer. And in the middle of it, you and I will both knee-jerk start destroying them
Yes.
for being smart,
Yeah.
even though we ask them to help us, please. And even if you are trying to fit in by
Yeah.
dumbing down,
Yeah.
right, with the folks that are around you, you can tell when someone intelligent is speaking in a way where they know they're smarter than you.
They're talking down
Like-
to you.
Well, see, okay, but that's it.
Well, they
See it
kinda
as,
are.
but you see it as talking down.
Yeah. What do you see it as?
Well, I mean, it's the only way I'm gonna understand
True.
it. So, like, you kind of have to. I used to get really mad about that, but the older I get, the less it bothers me.
The more you
I-
appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I want to know.
a brilliant trait to have is the ability to talk down to somebody and they don't know it.
Oh, like fool them.
Well, just like it says it come across as so condescending.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
If there is one person I am never worried about talking down to me, it is a man who is just making noises out of his mouth. Guttural Noises Radio, Tommy Muley.
I don't like to be talked down to.
Stop doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, for God's
know
sake.
where that came from.
Well, it started
The well we discussed earlier is now dry. Let's take a break. You're less brain and more broad, it seems. At least after what happened at your home.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, man. You did the right thing.
I don't think so.
Well, look, this is every man's job,
Well, I
right, Kimmy?
attempted to do
Yeah.
the right thing.
Okay. I don't think you should be as self-conscious as you are.
Bro, it was so embarrassing.
But I think that most, if not every man who owns a home,
It was
Yeah.
necessary.
well, I don't know. I mean, like,
Well, some of it was.
even that, like, what's he gonna do? But the intention,
Yeah.
I don't think was wrong.
Mm.
And we'll get into the whole story next here in the break room on CMF. Gentlemen,
Yeah, what do we got?
you are the last line of defense in your home.
That's right.
Doesn't matter if you're 6'5", 280, or 5'5", 125 with perk bosoms.
Well, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I mean, you are the line.
Mm-hmm.
And when shiznit hits the fan, you better get your ass up and make sure everything is safe. And it doesn't matter what you look like
Yes.
while you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you being so weird about that?
Because I felt so uncomfortable.
Really?
And the way this thing played out, I never would have thought this would have happened at this time of night.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. There is a story that is alarming if you are a brewery lover.
Oh, what happened?
Well, for a long time, there was a single slogan we had in the break room. If we wanted a business to succeed,
Put a brewery in it.
well, one of the most unique, exciting brewery expansions we had ever seen
yeah.
Definitely unique.
is done
Oh, it tanked.
in just over a year. And we'll get
Oh,
into the whole
all
thing
right.
just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Why are you so down today, buddy?
So Saturday night, no, it's actually Sunday morning, out of nowhere, some weird noise outside.
So you are in bed.
We're sound asleep.
Okay.
It's close to 1:30 in the morning, and the dog is going berserk, and it won't stop. I can't hear, but my wife can.
Okay.
So now she's up. Now I'm up, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to hear what she's hearing. I finally hear it. I don't know what the hell this noise is, but the problem is the dog is just going nuts and will not stop barking.
So where is the noise coming from?
Mostly around the front of the house,
So
somewhere.
it's outside.
Oh, it's outside.
Okay.
So, and it won't stop. So, okay, I got to go chase this animal thing out of here, right?
Okay. All right.
So, it's freezing cold out. So, I put on my flannels,
Okay.
put on my hoodie,
All right.
put on a hat,
Okay.
and then I put on I have these up to the knee rubber boots I wear when I work in the yard in the spring and in the winter when I'm shoveling.
Sure.
They look completely stupid.
You have to be the only man who isn't a fisherman or outdoorsman
Yes.
that owns a pair of boots like that.
They're Cabela's, by the way, the outdoor store.
Are you trying to make you
I
sound
don't
tougher?
know.
Because it's not helping.
They're Italian boots.
Not,
Cabela. So I need it now. I got to go outside, so I need a weapon.
yes.
Oh, I got a weapon.
What do you got a gun? She won't let you have a gun.
Oh, better than a gun. It's old school.
What?
I have a movie promotional bat from League of Their Own that I got on the old show when they used to like send out all this stuff when movies would go to DVD.
Yeah.
They would send us the DVD to talk about, and they give you all the tchotchkele stuff that goes with it. So I have a League of Their Own bat.
So do you keep this out
It's in the
within
garage.
reach for
Kind of.
for defense purposes?
It's over where all the tarps are in the corner of the garage.
All right.
The All-American Girls Professional
Yes.
Baseball bat.
Yes. It's pink. So it's a pink wooden bat
Okay.
that says I've never used this damn thing, right? So now I'm going out the front. Pop open the garage. Here we go.
All right.
It's 1:30 in the morning. Now, my neighborhood is old, so it's dead to the world at 1:30 in the morning. You don't see anybody. As I'm opening up the effing garage and walking out with a pink bat dressed the way I look, there's a car coming up our drive at 1:30 in the
Your
morning.
private drive.
Whoa.
Yes. And I'm going, what is this? And as I'm pulling up, this kid as he's driving by me to go to some house, because there's like 4 houses on the drive, he's looking at me like, what the F? I'm holding a
You
pink
made
bat.
awkward eye contact.
I'm just standing there.
Well, I mean, look how buggy his eyes are. He could open
Yes.
his eyes. He would have made eye contact from me from Henrietta.
So he's looking at me in shock. I'm looking at him in shock, but he's like, what is this guy going to do?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be alarming.
So the guy pulls down to my neighbor
Yeah.
and then pulls up and then leaves. And I'm still just standing there. And as he leaves, he's still looking at me in like shock, and he just goes away. And I go, I got to look like the biggest effing lunatic this kid's ever seen.
Counterpoint. Maybe he was a criminal looking to do something, and he saw you in your yellow boots
That
and
guy's
pink bat.
Too crazy to
Could
mess
be that.
with.
Thought twice.
Or he could be what I'm guessing. Am I the only neighborhood in the country that still gets the paper delivered?
Oh, you think so?
No, I know so. He was
Okay.
delivering the paper.
No kidding.
To my neighbor who's a realtor. So I guess she looks at the real estate section.
Yeah.
So she's like the only person that actually gets the effing newspaper.
All right. right.
1:30 in the morning. So now I'm out. I'm walking around the yard. I turned on all the lights around the house, all around outside, and I'm walking around looking for this, whatever this thing is. It's gone. Whatever happened to the left.
All right, well, yeah. They saw
Whatever the
you.
animal noise was.
What the scenario, right? As soon as I get undressed,
Yep.
close it out. That's what I'm hearing again. You got to be effing kidding me. It's 2:00 in the morning. This frickin' thing is back. And I said, screw it. I'm going to bed.
Good luck, sweetheart. I did all I could as a
I
husband.
can't hear it anyway, so I think the dog even got fed up.
All right, so you're insecure about how you looked going outside?
Yeah, with a pink bat and boots.
All right. Look.
I think
My
that
love,
what you did have going in your favor is if that was a paper delivery person,
Yeah.
they probably seen some weird stuff in the morning.
Not in this neighborhood.
No, I don't think she's wrong, because here's what's strange. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The least surprising part of this story is your outfit bothered you the most, right? Okay. But don't feel bad, because what you described is a very common experience for every man.
Mm.
When it's time to get up out of bed
Yeah.
and protect your family from whatever mystery lays outside of
With
your
a
house,
bump that goes in the night.
you can't help but look like a lunatic.
Yeah.
What you're wearing, what you're carrying as a weapon, you're still half asleep, so you could be doing or saying things that make no sense. For the most part,
Yeah.
if your neighbors were to see what you were doing, they would understand.
You hope.
Well, Tommy, they've probably done it too. Let's say the shoe was on the other foot,
Yeah.
right? And I'm sorry, the big yellow boot was on
Yeah.
the other foot. Tomorrow, 2:30 in the morning, you're leaving to come to the studio, and you see your neighbor outside. He's got a 9-iron. He's in slippers,
Yeah.
in boxer shorts, and a sweatshirt. You would know exactly what was going on.
True.
Would you judge them?
No, probably not. I wish I had a 9-iron.
Okay. Yeah, but it would have been from the kids' bag. You got this. Never mind. It is weird
Yeah.
knowing that this is something every husband deals with,
Yeah.
that we don't have emergency clothes ready to throw on.
Oh,
But that's that's also so paranoid that you need like this to-go outfit at
Yeah.
any moment.
You have been sitting here for 5 minutes talking about how embarrassed you were by your flannel, your big old yellow boots,
Yeah.
and your pink bat.
But what else would but I don't have like intimidating, combat-ready outfit.
I'm not saying put on a SEAL Team 6 uniform. I'm saying just a pair of sweatpants, sweatshirt,
Right.
something just in case we got to get up or get the hell out of the house. Like, let's say there was a fire. Do you
Yeah.
sleep in your boxers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boxer tee.
Kimmy, what? I know this sounds bad. What do you sleep in, Kimmy?
it's just like a shorts and t-shirt.
Okay. I sleep naked.
Sounds alluring.
Did you want me to say something else?
Nope,
Don't you
said
put your hands up.
it. You
I
said
can do
it.
whatever I want.
I sleep naked. So if I have to run
Sounds
out,
less alluring.
Well, that may scare some people away.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm not,
yo,
I'm
you're
not
right.
kidding. Like,
I was on your side
no,
here a second ago.
Here's my point. The crazier you look when you come
Yeah.
out, maybe the more intimidating you look.
Yeah, an exposed crank.
I mean, like if there was a fire,
Yeah,
Kimmy.
yeah.
All right,
I'm not
all right.
chasing somebody with my dong swinging around.
So you had to
might
have your
work.
to-go outfit to get out of the house.
It's not it's not a crazy
But
thing.
that
to
means
think.
everybody need my wife, the kids, everybody would need something. Well, if everybody's got to get out of the house, you can't be the only one dressed and ready to go.
No, you're right.
See you, losers.
You're right. But the odds I, as a husband, father, have to get out of bed to
Well, you
check
have
on
to be
something,
lead.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's much higher. By the way, you should also give your props for one very specific thing.
What?
You put on a shirt.
Oh, yeah. I put on a hoodie. It was cold out.
More men than you want to believe would make the move you made.
I think my husband would. He would just jump out.
I've done it.
with
Yeah.
Shorts and bare top.
Middle of the night, home safety, shirt is optional.
You imagine seeing a 66-year-old midget, hairy,
Yeah.
with a pink bat and boots.
No, I'm not
You
saying
would think I was hosting an orgy in there.
I'm not saying it would be something
Hey,
people.
kid, when you get done with that paper, slide over.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is bothered by the fact that after a bump outside in his house early Sunday morning, 1:30 in the morning, got up to go check it out. You had on flannel pants.
Flannels, rubber boots, hoodie, hat, and a pink promotional bat from League of Their Own.
And you went outside, and the kid delivering the paper
Yes.
saw you, made eye contact with you right in the face.
Yeah.
Right. All right. The outfit thing, you should not worry about.
All right.
Right. But I do have a different question for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
You went outside with the bat to check on what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was some
Mystery
kind of
noise.
It was just some kind of animal
What were you planning on doing with that bat?
hitting it with the bat.
Okay, look, you're my boy.
Knowing you, if it was fluffy and cute, you would have just shoot it away.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna like clobber a bunny.
No, but you're also not like you also weren't entirely sure it was an animal.
I have no idea what it was.
Okay.
It wasn't a human being. It was a dying animal. I thought anyway.
Okay, but this could have been a dangerous animal. Could have been a coyote. Could have been.
Could have been a wolf.
Well, anything.
You know what it could have been?
What's that?
Goddamn bear.
Could have been a bear.
Or curse that bear.
What did it sound like?
I was like, yeah, goddamn bear. He's with the big bat.
You're my boy, right?
Yeah.
You're my boy.
Here we go.
No, I'm just.
No, go ahead.
You're not physically imposing.
Yes.
You're not strong.
That's why, you know.
You don't have a killer instinct.
No, but I wish I had that damn gun.
Okay, but no, that would make it worse.
No, I could put a couple of warning shots like Saddam used to do for his birthday.
You know
Bring
those-
out all your neighbors to see your outfit.
It's not like
What else can I do?
no, but it's not like your wife is under any illusions about what you are.
She wanted me to go out there.
Okay, but you can't tell me she has some fantasy of you like kicking a guy's ass or fighting
No.
off a coyote to defend her safety.
No, but I
right?
think hearing me being killed would be a sign for her to call 911
Okay.
and go on a dating app.
because like you do realize that if there was a person or
Yeah, I'm a
something,
North Korean soldier, man. I'm just fodder.
yeah, no, you're right. You're just sacrificing
Yeah.
yourself. Okay.
It's a suicide mission.
The safer play would have been for you to wait inside the house until an actual tough man showed up.
Who?
I don't know. Call somebody.
I'm going to call the cops because I hear a noise outside. I'm
Yeah,
not
I mean, who
doing
are you
that.
calling?
But
That's a
Kimmy,
last
It's
thing
not
the
going to draw
cops do.
all the attention to your house.
No, but
Yeah, no.
all he's
I just want the dog to shut up.
no, but all he's doing is
Yeah.
putting himself in grave danger
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
you
but I
can't
guess-
defend yourself.
But other than the police
And
showing
you're not
up,
calling the cops.
who else are you calling?
That's
at
it.
1:30 in the morning.
That would be there in like 3 minutes. It's called the sheriff's department.
Okay.
And I'm not pissing off Todd Baxter in the middle of the night because I hear a noise outside.
You don't want to show him your cool League of Their Own pink bat. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to JT. Hey, JT, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So my weapon of choice is a sword.
No, it's not, JT.
You would look
Come
pretty
on.
crazy.
JT.
No, my dad went to like Denmark years and years ago and got this sword. I think it's decorative, and I don't know what to do with it, so it's next to my bed, and I figure I could chase somebody away with that.
Swashbuckle.
Okay, JT.
Yeah, well, you Errol
Okay,
Flynn
is
in
it
your
act-
front
is it
yard.
like is it
I
heavy?
know.
Like would it do damage or is it more just the look of it?
He just said decorative.
I mean,
and it's
it's-
from Denmark.
I don't know. Could be heavy.
Remember those Danish wars we all read about at school?
It's pointy on the end. I don't know.
Oh,
Never-
like a
I've never
sword?
used
Hey,
it.
JT, have you left the house with the sword to go check something out?
No.
Okay, that's
not
good.
yet.
Don't do
It's such
that.
to be so hard to use.
It'd be the same as a bat, I guess. You could use it the same way.
The bat. Well, no, the sword is more dangerous than the bat. The
Well,
sword is
that's
Yeah.
sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, JT. I mean, I will say this:
right.
if I was breaking into somebody's house to steal
they
something,
showed up with a sword in their hand.
I'm more scared of sword than bat. I'll say
Okay,
that.
well, sure. Yes, because it's also alarming that there's a sword there.
Yeah,
It also makes a cool noise.
Right.
I don't think it makes
It's
that
not
noise.
sharp, though.
It's not sharp. Okay, well that's a
Like
problem.
the sides are sharp.
Yeah. Okay. JT, do
You
you
wouldn't know that.
do you? But yeah, they would if you tried to hit them with it though. Like if they looked at it and was
Yeah.
like, what are you gonna do? JT, do you live alone? Do you have a wife, girlfriend, somebody? Is there?
I got a family.
Okay. All right. So your wife is aware the sword is there.
Yes.
No discussion about that.
Nope.
Okay. Good for you, man.
Nope.
My wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would not fly in my house.
No. Well, yeah, man. You're not anything sharp and dangerous. You can't touch. He uses those baby forks that they have, like your grandson. JT, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, we got it for everybody, just in case our grandson pops in at any time. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, Tommy, early Sunday morning. Here's a bump in the night. His wife sends him outside to go check on what it is. Big rubber boots, flannel pants, hoodie,
Hat.
the piece de resistance.
A pink promotional League of Their Own bat.
Goes outside. He's looking around. He turns all the lights on. The kid delivering the paper sees him.
I'm out there like Rosie O'Donnell.
In all his masculine glory. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Where the heck did this go? I'm sorry. I just lost it. Here we go. Sorry. This comes in from Justin. Justin says, just last week, I saw my shirtless neighbor in shorts at 3 a.m. with a golf club in his backyard on our security camera. Don't feel bad, Tommy. He was doing the same thing.
Or it could have been working on a short game. You don't know.
Okay, first of all, told you about shirtless. We were right about that.
Yeah.
Second, something I didn't consider. You're on someone's security camera.
Oh, on my own, too, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Probably some that face
Yeah.
your house.
Okay. 10 years ago, you could go outside shirtless in boxer shorts with a baseball bat, and no one would know because it's the middle of the night, right? But now, based on the amount of cameras in the average neighborhood,
Oh, yeah.
if you do this, someone is getting that footage and sending it to all the rest of the people you live around.
It's going to show up in one of those neighborhood apps.
You're right.
So put a shirt on, fellas.
Well, no, I think, if you can pull it off, go shirtless. It's more intimidating.
All right, is it?
It's not?
That's a criminal.
How do you know?
Well, he's not judging a beauty contest. He's doing bad stuff. You think, oh, that guy's shirtless, I'll back off?
I think that a shirtless man, when you're not expecting it, is alarming enough for you to at least pause. Like, that gives me the opportunity to get the jump on him. Check this out.
But you also look more vulnerable without a shirt.
Do you?
Yeah.
Not like your bulletproof hoodie you had on.
Well, at least like I'm prepared for the weather. There is some prep to this.
Would it make you feel better about looking a little crazy in this situation if, because I think every neighborhood has like one unpredictable neighbor that just kind of does this stuff all the time to the point where like you expect it.
Okay.
So if you are seen on somebody's camera shirtless with a golf club, you're like, well, at least you haven't taken like the title of craziest neighbor.
All right. All right.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like at least I'm not, I know this is a little weird, but I'm still not the weirdest guy in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, she's right. I mean, if you're not doing this on a
But
regular
I don't know
basis.
if Tommy's neighborhood has that guy.
So he moved.
So
We had a shirtless guy in our neighborhood.
yeah.
And I live in an old neighborhood. And he would do like a lot of stuff shirtless far into the the shirted season.
Okay.
And he also vaped.
Okay.
But like a vaping shirtless dude like doing things in the middle of the night would be a little disturbing.
Okay, so there you go. Like,
All
you're,
right.
you're fine. There's already precedent
Well, no,
set.
that guy's gone,
Yeah,
so
he's
maybe
moved.
he's a crazy
All
one
right,
now.
all right, well, way to keep up the mantle. Take that
Whatever
up
you
for
want
him.
from me.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
This would not be good if it's an indicator of something changing. And here's the thing. It's very possible that this was just too big an idea and it didn't work out, and that's why we're sitting here today. However, if you wanted to make a business work in Rochester for a very long time, according to the break room, you only had to do one single thing. It was a sentence. It was
Yeah.
easy. But there are people worried
Really?
that with this information yesterday, the golden age is coming to an end.
So we peaked, you think?
I don't
We're
know.
on the down?
I don't know. Look, there are people listening that know way more about this stuff than we do.
Yeah.
And maybe they can give us better insight
Okay.
as to whether this was just something that wasn't going to work
Yeah.
or the makeup of alcohol in the greater Rochester area is about to change forever.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. For a while, Kimmy was an economic genius.
Oh.
If you wanted a business to be successful in Rochester,
Yeah.
she had one piece of advice.
Put a brewery in it.
Put a brewery in it. But a story from yesterday may have thrown a wrench in that plan.
Oh.
Because a massive deal of a project that all of us in this room thought was going to be genius
Yeah.
is no longer.
Oh.
You hang out in the break
over.
room.
It's
Uh-oh.
over.
Oh, no. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, right, like you're getting a fun time. But if you're not watching us,
Oh, you got to watch us talk.
you're missing the party, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube or Twitch. Watch our live stream. It's up. It's rolling. Tommy's got his maroon platform bowling shoes on today. You look like you're on your way to a showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Like you're a pair of fishnet stockings away from being Frank Infurter. So check that out again, YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF, from your friends here in The Break Room on WCMF. About 2 years ago,
Yeah.
we got wind of a very unique idea in Wayne County. K2 Brothers Brewing had bought the closed Free Will Elementary School.
We bought the whole damn school.
They bought the school, and they were going to turn the school into a brewery and bar.
Yeah.
The company invested a ton of money to make different parts of the school into different places you could hang out. I mean, Kimmy, they had like games in the gym.
Yeah, they had a whole plan for this place. I
And-
think they were trying to fill like a big part of it.
And they were going to keep the school motif the whole time. You could drink in class.
Yeah.
It opened early last year. Folks were super excited about it, and all three of us here in the room were convinced this idea was going to be a hit.
Yeah, but it was out there a ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
out in Wayne County.
Yeah.
Would have been a little bit of a destination for, I'm guessing, most people.
But you would think a school brewery would be enough reason to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out
Hey, what happened?
this idea we thought was gangbusters was not.
School sucks.
We were wrong.
Yeah.
Effective immediately, the Free Will K2 Brothers location is closed.
Yeah.
In a Facebook post, they said they were forced to do this because of rising ingredient material costs and lower than expected sales, along with unfortunate events.
So people didn't show up, basically.
Kind of. Sounds. Well, I don't know if you heard all of the things I said.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was a massive project.
Yes.
I mean, that was a pretty big risk to take. Could have been a hit, or it's something that people, I guess, just weren't as drawn to as they thought they'd be.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yep.
If you're a fan of K2, nothing to worry about. The Empire Boulevard location is still open. But, Kimmy, you are surprised by this closing so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it burned out pretty fast.
Like 14 months.
Yeah, I thought like maybe it would catch on a little bit at some point. I guess it just never did.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We love to hear your voices. This isn't the beginning of the end of the brewery boom, is it?
I don't think so. It just sounds like they took on too much too far out,
Okay.
and they
Yeah.
couldn't make it work.
Okay.
'Cause
Like,
They
like
do-
they pushed it too far. Like it's too much. You overthought the plan.
Okay.
Like that, sitting in a school drinking a beer. Am I going to drive all the way out there for that experience?
Okay, well, you're not.
And you may, but
Nobody
how,
did.
Nope.
I mean, to your point, even if you were interested in it, how often are you
Right.
doing that? It's not like a regular thing, I'm guessing, for most people, unless you live out that way.
Every town now has a brewery.
Yes.
Every town.
Yes.
So why, to your point, I'm going to pass like 20 breweries to go out to
Including
this place?
their own. I mean,
Right.
they have the already successful location in, I don't know if that's Penfield or Webster.
Webster, I believe.
Is it Webster,
I don't know.
technically?
But here's the thing. No,
Yeah.
but to counter your argument, that's why you do that, is because every town has a brewery. You got to do something to stand out.
No, it sounds like you
I love how you do it.
but the standout thing is just sit in a school.
Yeah, it's unique.
Like, it's kind of unique, but apparently not.
Okay, all right. Look, so you're convinced that this is just a hiccup. They took on too much, and that's what the problem is.
You may have too many now, but it'll shake out. Like we'll have the proper amount of breweries once we established. Okay, this town can support 2, not 4.
Kimmy.
It happened. This town when I first moved, it's the same thing that happened with cigar shops.
Okay.
So when I moved to Rochester in '93, there were no cigar shops at all, and then all of a sudden, every town had one of those mom and pop humidor walk in, get your cigars.
Like a cigar lounge almost?
Yeah, cigar lounges, the smokers, and then they were a hit. And then about all 5-6 years I had a good run.
Okay.
And then there was just too many of them.
Okay, so in that way, you are saying this is the end of the brewery.
No, I'm saying there's still cigar joints in town, but you didn't need one in every town.
Okay, no, I get it, but like boom means blah, explosion. Look at it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Look at all.
It's
look at-
oversaturation.
Okay, so then that would be, by definition, the end of the boom.
No, the boom, yes, but it won't go away.
Okay.
You're going to have your joints to go to.
No, I get it. There will always be places that brew beer.
Right.
I understand it. But, all right, if we go by what K2 says in their Facebook post, the cost of things for them, obviously, in this situation is what hurt them the most. But there are other alarming factors that are happening right now. Kids aren't drinking as much.
Okay.
And when I say kids, I mean like 21 to 28, right? But then again, Kimmy, those people aren't the ones you think of going to breweries.
Yeah, I would think breweries a little bit older, like millennial and up. You
Kimmy,
know?
Middle-aged fat people. Roly-polies. Not that young hip set that want to get laid.
you can get laid in a brewery easy.
With one of your mom's friends?
No, like those guys at Three Heads, very easy. Come here, Jeff. Let me touch that beard. Kimmy, do you see this as a signal potentially of the end of the brewery boom?
The
broom, if you will.
With this particular one, no. I just think there were so many other factors in this one. You know what I mean? Like if K2 as a whole closed, because like I said, they also have their other location, maybe that would be a sign that things aren't going so well. But I think this was just too big of a project for them to take on.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
So we were actually a part of the system people that put that brewery system in.
Oh, so it's your fault.
Yeah, it's definitely our fault. No, it was definitely a large project. I feel like it was out there a little bit. These guys had a couple other factors that may have played a role in what had happened, but I think what you're seeing is emerging, other things emerging, right? Like canned craft cocktails and THC beverages and all these other drinks now that are getting popular that are playing a role in putting pressure on the craft breweries. That being said, there's still a lot of great craft breweries out there that are doing super well.
All right, so Chris, you're a brewery guy, it sounds like.
Yeah, he's a systems man.
Yep.
All right, so
I try to be anyway.
no, I understand, but that's just it. Like you could have the best intentions as a consumer, and then either you don't have the time to get out there, it's going to be less expensive somewhere else. You'd rather stay at home and drink. I mean,
Right.
Do you find yourself, Chris, going to fewer breweries today than you did 3 years ago?
Not necessarily, no, but
Okay.
I definitely believe that the market has matured in that the consumers kind of know the places they want to go close to their house. And like I said, the different wine bars and craft cocktails and things emerging just from gas stations and other things
Okay, good point.
probably definitely play a role in guys going out.
Tell me why are you getting mad at Chris right now? Because I can see the look on your face, and you're
Because he's turning into systems guy.
I'm watching his face, and it's like, in the Grinch, like when he makes that like frown and all the lines in his face show up. Hey, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Cheers, guys.
There goes Chris.
Do you also think one of the big pushes now is non-alcoholic beers and beverages?
Is alcohol like alcohol?
Well, apparently I didn't have one last night. Because that's a bit like Heineken's pushing it right now, and Guinness is pushing like there's zero alcohol. And I wonder if that's also hurting their business.
I mean, look, it's possible. There was a big to-do a couple of months ago. There was a story that said any alcohol is dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no...
Kill you.
I think Chris brought up another interesting point. Like, have we
You
just
did?
gotten settled in like our favorite breweries, and we're not willing to like branch out as much
Well, you got your
anymore?
joint.
Like now, I've found like a handful of ones that I'll go to, and I don't really care about the new stuff opening up because I already found my spot.
It's very, very possible, but what I thought was unique about brewery culture,
Yeah.
and again, if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, is that folks that were into this stuff were always looking to try something new.
Yeah.
That's why these things were so successful.
Yeah.
Like your husband, for example, he
Yeah.
loves craft beers.
Yeah.
He was trading beers with people to get the opportunity to drink new stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
But, I mean, maybe we're wrong. You're right. Maybe it has changed. I do think the other thing you brought up, the craft cocktails, the cideries, right? Like, that stuff didn't exist 5 years ago on the mass scale that it does.
all right.
So, like, my wife, if I'm a brewery guy and she wasn't, she would come with me to the brewery. Now she has the opportunity to say, well, I want to go here now. I want to try this now.
Okay.
Well, also, and I'm thinking the ones, because I remember the trading beers was really popular. but it was because you had to go to Massachusetts or wherever that brewery was to get those beers, whereas now like those breweries have grown and you can buy them in like a closer store, so you don't have to trade them with somebody who went to the brewery to get them.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, K2 Brothers Brewing announced their Free Will Elementary School location. The elementary school that they bought turned into a brewery and bar. It opened in January of last year, is closed immediately.
Damn.
They shut it down, and they said it was because of rising ingredient material costs, lower than expected sales, and unfortunate events. And we were convinced in this room this was going to be a massive hit. It was not. K2 still has their location open on Empire Boulevard, and it's very possible that this was just a project that was too big to work. But there are folks worried now that this is the signal of the end of the brewery boom in Rochester. Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
What is the appropriate amount of breweries in Monroe County?
In Monroe County?
Give me a number. How many breweries we should have in Monroe County?
35.
35. Okay. So to that point, the closest thing we could find to a number was an article from a website called Day Trips Around Rochester, which says there are 30 in Monroe County.
All right, so we're 5 away from the tipping point.
Well, no. I'm asking if 30 is too many.
Could be. I mean, and also
You just
it could
said
be
35.
It could be too, like, where are they clustered in, or
Certain
are they
areas.
spread out?
Okay.
Like Fairport's got a lot of like bars and breweries right there, and also like ER has a lot.
Bar and brewery are two very different things.
But I
I
always
wonder
think
if it helps them to be close because you can bounce around.
could be.
Whereas
Oh,
otherwise you may just stay at the same spot. I don't know. I don't know which one works
Like you could
better
do
for
a
those
pub
places.
crawl almost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, Kimmy's argument was that K2 was too far out.
I think it is. yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's it. If you cluster breweries together,
Right.
but then again, you're gonna have one guy drinking for an hour instead of one guy drinking for
But
3
maybe
hours.
you get more
Yeah.
people through because
Okay.
they feel like they
'Cause
can
I-
make multiple stops.
I'm thinking like at this joint that we were talking about that was out in Wayne County. If this was in Henrietta, might be a different story.
It's funny you say that because Henrietta hasn't had a brewery since like 1994.
Yeah.
So think about that. Like if you had a school closed out there and you did this, it may have worked. Because you got population.
But I guess my question is, the logic behind what you're saying is true. How come there hasn't been a brewery in Henrietta? Like the first one just opened since like 94. Why has nobody looked at Henrietta and been like, that's where we want to be?
Well, that's the new boom town, buddy.
Oh, my God. You also thought this elementary school was going to be a good idea.
So did you.
I know. We were wrong. That's what I'm saying. We were sitting here confidently going, let me tell you how this works. Yes, this idea was terrible, and I thought it was a good idea, but now let me give you a good idea.
Yes.
You brought up the whole cigar shops and fad
Yeah.
thing, right? Kimmy, is it possible that the brewery boom was a fad here in Rochester?
Do you think it was a fad here in Rochester, or do you think it was a fad with a certain age group?
Okay.
Like
well, that's
maybe-
what a fad would be.
Right, but I'm saying like overall, not just in Rochester.
But possible. I mean, look, for the sake of Rochester period, I
Yeah.
hope it's not. There's a lot of money and jobs invested in all
Oh,
this.
sure.
And I always thought this would be fad proof because you were just as likely to find a 65-year-old guy at a brewery as a 35-year-old.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Right?
It's still that way.
And that's just it. Like, I always assumed, like, those 35-year-old guys would age into being, like, if it was a fad, it was going to take 30 years for it to wear off.
Right.
I don't know.
And I also think a brewery is a little bit more family friendly than your average bar. So like
Yeah.
I don't think like having kids and stuff stopped people from going.
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
No skanks.
What?
You don't get. I don't think you get many skanks at these breweries.
Maybe that's hurting them.
Talking
And
about?
you don't go to breweries. How would you know what it looks like inside a brewery?
I've been into
No
enough of
skanks,
them.
see?
No skanks. So it's nice. Like your wife doesn't want to see a bunch of skanks. So you take the family in there. The kids aren't exposed to skanks. There's skanky areas. This ain't one of them. It's more family.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook
Unless you go to
page.
mixed skanks.
Dale writes us, is that a burger place or a bar? I don't even know where you're going. anymore.
Whatever you want. There's some burger in there. So.
That doesn't even make sense.
Oh, it's furry, but it's tasty.
Dale writes us on Facebook. I hope that breweries aren't struggling as a whole. This could be a case of K2 having two locations within like 15 minutes of each other. Were they that close?
I don't know. It didn't sound like it.
Webster to Wayne County?
Oh, it could be. Yeah. Yeah, because Webster border's right there.
Webster.
there.
We don't even know
You
if
know.
it was a Webster or Penfield.
Because but you could leave Webster and like you're right in the middle of the country.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's everywhere.
Nah, Webster's like right there.
Bro, there is
you
not
can't be in a Rondequoit and go, you're in the country.
Yes, there is
You
not
got to go all the way through Gates in
there,
Greece.
There is not a place in the greater Rochester area where you can't be in the country in 15 minutes. From where we are right now,
Yeah.
in 15 minutes we can be in the country.
Right, so even quicker in Webster.
Going back to the actual story with
Yeah.
K2, right? What sucks the most about this for the public in general is they took a risk and they failed.
Yes.
And it was a really fun idea that was nothing we had ever seen before. And you do have to wonder, do other places that have these big, cool ideas see what happened here and decide, we're not going to take the risk?
I would assume, yeah.
Okay, that sucks for this community because that could keep us from getting some really unique stuff that would have worked. It's just now like, ooh, we got to be careful.
Yeah.
That might be the thing that hurts the most.
People pull back. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Don't
I
invest.
mean, like in a community like this, it's those little unique things that bring people around.
Yeah.
Right? Like you look at a place like Swillburger, that old church. It's an arcade that also serves like 1980s diner food.
Yeah.
Right? Like people come from out of the greater Rochester area to go check that out. Strong Museum of Play has become a monster, but that was another example of that. Like little stuff like
we
this.
need risk takers. You do.
It's big for regional tourism.
I understand that. But you got to have somebody with balls and money to want to throw it out there because these guys lost their ass. God knows what they put into this thing that they'll never get back.
Yeah, it's not good. It doesn't sound
Who's
good.
buying that building now? It's a 2-time failure.
If the
Well, I
school
don't know.
wasn't a failure, they
it was
built a
empty
new
before.
school.
Failed the kids,
I don't
man.
know, like.
What do you put
I
in
mean,
there?
they tried to put. I wouldn't say it's a. Who's going to buy it anyways? You know
right.
what
So
I mean?
if those guys bought it, they're stuck with it.
Yeah, it's possible. Unless another brewery wants to take that run. I don't know, man.
What idiot is going to show up to Defunct Brewery?
That's a great name for a
Defunct
brewery.
Brewery.
I'd go to Defunct Brewery. You wouldn't go to Defunct
I
Brewery.
might have to go.
It's got funk music every night. Oh, bro.
Okay.
It's our $1 million idea. We'll buy it from K2. We'll have 3 funk bands on retainer
Okay.
that will rotate.
Constant funk.
Defunct
Constant
Brewery.
funk. All right.
All of the beers are fun puns on funk musicians from the
All right.
70s and 80s.
All right. All right. We're done.
Done.
We're rich.
Brilliant.
Business plan done.
See?
Have the boys from K2 call us. My people call your people. All right, let's take a break. Look, if you're looking to save money, whether you're a brewery or a human being,
Yeah. What do I do?
we've all made mistakes spending money like we were talking about.
Yeah.
And the good news for us, K2 can't just return the brewery and get their money back, but when you buy on Amazon, you can.
Oh, yeah.
Amazon did everything they could to make it as easy as possible for people to use their business.
Yeah.
But this thing, which seemed like a brilliant idea, might be disappearing. And is it possible that this is not necessary because no one returns anything they ever get from Amazon? We'll get into the story next here in the break room. Let's get I think this officially cements it.
What's that?
When we buy something we don't want, we are not returning it.
Yep.
Ever. Like, there is the tiniest percentage of consumers ever bring anything back. Because it does not get easier than this, but it seems no one's using it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Back in 2017, Amazon and the department store Kohl's, which is the official place to buy all dad clothing.
Yeah.
They formed a partnership.
The dad barn.
They should change their name.
How is
to
that
Dad
not
Barn.
a thing?
Yeah, well, because no guy would buy his clothes at the dad barn.
I don't
Are
know,
we sure
man.
about that?
Look, I've already got a boot barn to go to. I don't need a dad barn
Dads
too.
love the boot barn.
How many barns can I go to? I won't even use the Barnes firm anymore. Too many barns. No, I'm kidding. They're fantastic. Look, what I'm getting at is this. Amazon and Kohl's partnered up together.
Yeah.
And if you bought something from Amazon that you did not want anymore, instead of having to go through printing out labels,
UPS or all that stuff.
you could use UPS to send it back to Amazon, you dumbass.
You can. So you can go to Whole Foods or UPS.
Okay. You can go to Kohl's.
A-hole.
You go to Kohl's, drop it off there, and they would just return it for you. Well, sales are down for Kohl's. And they announced this week that they are going to test taking away the Amazon return from a handful of stores and see what happens. Now, I think Kohl's was under the impression that just getting people in the door would help them raise
around.
Yeah,
money.
you start shopping.
You got it.
Yeah.
However, with hindsight being 2020, maybe helping out a business that is putting you out of business was probably not the best.
Weird
Yeah.
partnership there.
And yeah, it also kind of seems like not enough people were returning it to make it worthwhile for. Okay. Does that mean no one is returning the stuff?
We got a lot of crap still in the box in the house.
Because like you are on record as being vehemently anti-return.
I've always been that way. Yeah. I'm just late. My wife, the exact opposite.
And that's what makes it so good.
But she will go to the ends of the earth over stuff that I would have. No, I'm not doing that. I'm out.
Look, I'm with you. I never return anything. If I buy a shirt and it doesn't fit, I won't. Not only will I not try it on, I will buy it, take it home. It doesn't fit, and it just lives in my closet.
Yeah, it just goes
forever.
in. Yeah, it hangs.
But I thought we were weird.
No.
Kimmy, have you ever returned anything you bought on Amazon?
Yeah, but only like expensive stuff. That like there was one thing we bought. It was long story. It was like for our internet connection, and it was expensive and it didn't work. Like there was a piece missing, so I did return that. But that was because that was an investment.
Okay.
But like
you can't say that without telling us how much it was.
it was like $80. But it was something that I had to replace. You know what I mean?
Why are you laughing?
I think I would have passed.
You would have passed on $80.
Yeah.
Did you not see the
But
smug look on his face? 'Cause he was waiting for you to say like 400. And
Yeah,
when you
but
said
here's
80,
the thing: like I had to go out and get a new one
I
or
know.
order
I'm
a new
not judging.
one.
He's
No.
the judger. I just
So-
laughed because I saw the look on his face.
So I can remember years ago I bought one of those universal remotes. So you pair up all your remotes. Now you got one remote.
Yeah.
I had it in that house in Webster, right?
Yeah.
I never could figure it out. I never returned it. It just sat there. So I had like another remote that I did not use.
That did nothing.
Yeah, I spent $150 on
You
this.
bought
thing.
$150
And this is
universal-
back years ago. I don't know, like today that's probably like a $300
Yes.
item.
Where did you buy it from?
Oh, the sucker store?
Yeah.
Who sold you a $300 in today's money universal
I don't
remote?
know.
You're the dumbest person I've
Yeah.
ever met.
I could have returned it.
Yeah.
I was I'll get to it later.
So Whole Foods now exists, but I guess
So Whole Foods makes it. They have a counter right there. You can go up to and do it.
Amazon, you could just bring it to any UPS store.
Yeah.
Or,
you brought that up.
Yeah, I mean, like there, or like those drop-off boxes
Mm-hmm.
if it fits in there.
All right, so now I guess it's easier than to go to different places, but I mean there aren't UPS stores in every city in America.
No, there's not Whole Foods around the corner.
Exactly, but it
Everybody.
seems like Kohl's has a way bigger footprint than everybody else. I don't know, man. Like if I'm going to return Amazon stuff without going to any store, how hard is it to return that Amazon stuff?
Really easy.
It is?
Yeah.
What do I just put it outside and the Amazon guy comes and gets it?
Oh, wait, if you don't.
If I
go
don't
to,
go to one of these
yeah, you
places
just print out the label.
and I just leave it outside and they take it.
I don't know if you leave it. How
I
else?
don't know.
It's really easy. How does it work? I don't know.
Well, I guess
out.
I've never done it where they picked it up, but it probably just tells you.
No, but I'm asking, do they pay? I don't even know if they do that.
Oh, I don't
they're,
know.
they're
At your own porch.
yeah, because like they're cranking all the time. You got guys peeing in bottles because they can't take breaks.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I can't
yeah.
imagine like, oh yeah, I'm happy to come. Sorry, I spilled some urine on your front step.
Yeah, now
but
they say that, I
it'll
don't know
keep
if
the
they pick
coyotes
it up.
away.
252 WCMF. Kohl's Dad Barn is Tommy
Yeah.
puts it. is testing getting rid of the Amazon return features in their stores in a couple of stores to see what happens. And this kind of signaled to me that people aren't returning anything from Amazon. But now that you bring up the UPS store, Whole Foods, I forgot about those.
Yeah.
Maybe we are returning stuff.
I'm not a big person. Like, I do not return things for the most part. Like, I want somebody to just be like, all right, this is going to live in my room now. Amazon, I've probably returned more things than normal. Just because it's so easy.
Amazon, Kimmy.
But
So
like
easy.
you literally they just scan something on your phone. They're like, okay, thanks. You don't have to package it up. You just bring in the item and scan it, and it's good. You're good.
The last time I attempted to send something back, I was doing it for my wife because she didn't feel good, and I was having a hell of a time. She goes, "Well, you got to return. You got to return. You got to return." So I was having a hard time trying to figure it out, right? So I called them up, and they tell me, "Oh, we'll credit your account." I go, "What do I do with the product?" "Oh, we don't need it." They don't need it. They didn't even want it back. I could have just nothing.
Well, yeah. It's the richest guy, one of the richest guys on the planet.
Right. Yeah. You know what? I don't even want it. I don't want it back.
It is
Here's your lousy. It was like $12. I'm killing myself for $12.
Well, what's funny about that is like lots of people have the story you just told.
Yeah, but I'm worth tens, bro.
But they look at that as like, yeah, I'm getting one over on you. No, idiot. You bought something that isn't worth them taking back.
They don't. Yeah, that's how crappy it's junk.
I mean, that's just it, right? Like they're charging you money for stuff they don't want.
Right. It's not worth their time.
Wow, I got one over on them. I'll just keep buying this stuff that they won't take back from me because I'm an idiot.
I bought a whole bunch of those invisible fences, right?
Yes.
So I bought a bunch. I saw there was this deal for them online. The batteries
Okay.
load up.
Yeah.
Bro, load up. Don't fit. I got the wrong ones. So I bought a pack of like 12 of them, still sitting in the garage.
How much do they cost?
Probably about total about $80.
$80. But that's exactly what Kimmy fought to the death to go get
I
back.
didn't fight to
know.
the death. I just returned it.
I know it's $80 and I should do it, but I'm not going to do it.
252 WCMF Beef Supreme FDS2 tweets out. Duffy, completely wrong. Amazon returns are over 1 million per week in retail stores. Kohl's had to close 66 stores because they waste payroll on returns. Amazon charges retailers $1 per QR. Okay, fine.
All right.
What's wrong? What do you want from me, man?
Well,
I
yeah.
don't have inside information. I was just asking a question.
Now that I'm thinking about it, the last time I was at the UPS store, I was kind of in line behind a bunch of people that looked like they had handfuls of Amazon returns.
Oh. All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Debbie. Hey, Debbie, how are you?
Good morning. How are you?
God, Debbie, what do you got?
Yeah, I've ordered a couple things from Amazon. It was basically clothing, gifts type stuff. Called them up. They refunded me and sent me out the right product.
And you kept the thing that you had initially.
What was that?
Did you get to keep what you bought in the first place?
Yeah, they said keep it.
Yeah, don't even want it. Don't want your ugly skirt.
All right, now I'm not a businessman.
That skirt, Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy, and she wears pretty skirts.
Damn it, I was so close.
Yeah.
All right, Debbie, I'm gonna go.
No,
Can I throw a conspiracy theory out here real quick?
You sure can,
All
dear.
right, thank you. There's gonna be a time like 20 years from now,
Yeah.
right, where something's gonna come out about Amazon where it was like, oh, they were doing that, and that's how they were making their money. We're gonna go, oh yeah, of course, because you can't make money sending out free stuff and then more free stuff.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't make sense. I'm not
Their
a
business
businessman,
plan? Yeah.
but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what they did for me. That's their problem, not mine.
You deal with it, Bezos.
Debbie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate
Good
it.
luck
You're
buying
welcome, guys.
rocket fuel.
Have a great day.
You too. There goes Debbie in her pretty skirts.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
I know.
I didn't know you could call Amazon.
Okay, I think you have to be over a certain age to call Amazon.
Oh, when she said she called, I was like, that wasn't even a thought in my mind.
No, because when you were on the phone, Tom was like, I called Amazon.
You called them too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can like even chat with somebody on the app or the
Eh,
website, however
doing
you're
all
doing
that.
it.
I'm not doing all that typing.
No, when you call Amazon, they ask you who played center field for the Yankees in 1972, and if you get the answer right, they let the call go on. All right, let's take a break. So look, we're not criticizing the kids here. This is not what this is going to be about because these kids are talented and they work hard and they deserve all the
good.
accolades. Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you wanted to celebrate these kids and go and enjoy what they are doing,
Mhm.
unless you are directly connected to them,
Yeah.
I think it's strange.
Don't go.
Well, I don't
Because you're going to look weird.
I don't know, and that's the debate here.
If you don't have any connection, why are you there anyway?
Well, somebody here in town.
You're a fan of this stuff?
Yes, well, you would. You would be a fan of this stuff. Somebody in town circulated this information to, I guess, try and encourage people to go and support these kids. And I get their heart was in the right place. It's just when it comes to enacting the plan.
Yeah, I understand.
We'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room. On CMF. This is not a discussion criticizing the kids who do this.
Okay.
They work hard. They are talented. They have found their place to fit in the world, and it's a beautiful thing.
All right.
But an effort to give them an audience does create a dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, they deserve every clap, round of applause they
Sure.
get. But those claps should just be from the people they know, right?
Yeah. Your immediate circle.
You're
Right?
hanging, I think,
Yeah.
you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It's High School Musical season in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
Or at least it's coming up on it. So over the next few weeks, kids who have been working hard for months will be putting on shows in schools in every town. And if you are a theater family, you know what a huge deal it is for every kid in every one of these shows.
A lot of pressure, a lot of excitement.
Yes, yeah. It seems, Tommy, someone, in an effort to give these kids even more attention for what they're doing, put out a list of dates, times, locations, and shows of every high school musical that will be happening over the next couple of weeks in the greater Rochester area.
So they just sent it out like a family newsletter to the family?
No, they shared it online.
Oh.
For folks who, if they wanted to go to these shows.
Okay. I don't know these kids. I'm excited to go see some local theater.
That's the impression I am getting.
Community theater, school theater.
Yeah, school theater. And I'm sure the person who put this list together, their heart was in the right
Oh,
place.
sure.
They want these kids to have a big crowd. And again, these kids deserve it. However,
Yeah.
you can't go to a high school musical when you're not connected to any of the kids. Right?
I can't imagine. I don't know anybody that has.
Do people do that?
Is there?
I'm just a
okay,
fan of
I'm-
High School Musical. I just go there. Like I have season tickets almost to Pittsford School Musical.
What about Pennville? Did you get them in Pennville?
Pennville, yeah.
Pennville,
I don't know what
dumbass,
they're
like,
doing
there's
out that
four
way.
P towns, and you couldn't get one. You couldn't get one of them.
I feel like it's a big grandparent activity.
Yeah,
No, but you would
yeah.
have a
Like
grandchild.
your No, but I think that would be something like my grandma would take me to because she would think I would have enjoyed it as a kid.
Okay,
even though we didn't know anybody in it, but it was something going on locally that you could take a kid to.
But let's say my wife and I, we both retire, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know anybody.
Yeah.
But we go down to the school to see the plays. That's weird.
No, because here, to Kimmy's point, I have personal experience with this. I was in Guys and Dolls when I was in 8th grade at Gage Child Middle School. Brought the house.
That's when gangsters were fat.
When were gangsters not? Did you not see The Sopranos?
Sinatra was very
seriously.
slimming.
What are you talking? Have you not seen any gangster
reason
movie
they wear
ever?
Christopher was thin.
Half of the nicknames start with fat. Just fat and then insert Italian name.
Defending his role now.
I'm just
Well, I
saying.
mean, you're not wrong.
Like if you're this one group of gangsters that are
I
always
got a
fat.
sandwich right here. It's gonna go straight to my rear.
A lot of moobs in there.
How'd you know I was Benny South Street? That's the song that I was singing. Anyway,
Yeah.
no, with that musical, they had the old folks show on Thursday at 3 in the
right.
afternoon.
Yeah, it was kind of a big elderly activity for the community.
But I don't want to do that before I die.
I get it, but some people do.
But it's weird, man.
All right, look, let's make an exception. Okay, Kimmy, what's the age where you could have no connection and it would not look weird going to a high school musical?
75, 70,
That's 75. Average life expectancy is 75. If you're dead, you can go.
Well, I'm thinking, okay, around the age you start to have grandkids. So maybe
55.
in your 60s.
Well,
yeah.
55.
But you don't have a kid in the game. No family in the game.
I think
in the play.
I think Kimmy's right. Those old folks. By the way, I also found it funny. It's the first show you always did.
Yeah.
Hey, we're working the kinks out. This is what you get, old people. No, I get that. Okay, fine. So can we go? Can we agree? Let's go 60.
All right.
If you are 60 and older.
So that's me.
Okay. Yeah, you could go if you wanted to.
Yeah,
Not you. I would.
I'm not going.
Okay. But if you're under the age of 60,
Yeah.
with this person sharing all of these musicals and dates and everything for all the school, 252 WCMF, buying a ticket, walking into a high school auditorium to see a rendition of Les Mis or Grease or whatever, put on by teenagers you've never met in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Why does that feel uncomfortable?
Because it's not something, without being mean, it's amateur theater.
No.
I mean, there's if you're a fan of theater,
Okay.
we have Jiva,
I
we
understand.
have the RBTL, you have streaming services. To go watch kids trying out something they may or may not be good at is great for them, but I don't think I could sit there and be entertained by it over and over again and think I'm a fan of this.
I think you're misunderstanding the question. Remember, in the beginning of this discussion when I said this is not criticizing.
I'm not
kids?
criticizing these kids. They're just starting out, and they're trying. I just don't want to watch you try.
Okay.
I don't think that's mean to say. Like nobody's good at anything when you first start. I get it. That's why you subject your family to it.
Will you stop saying words, you monster? You monster. What I'm saying is,
What?
if you wanted to go,
Yeah.
if you wanted
Yeah,
to go,
yeah.
why does it feel uncomfortable being in a high school auditorium as a grown person with no connection to the kids?
It looks kind of creepy.
It is a performance, so they're putting on a performance.
I know, but like there's usually it's the only time you're welcome there. Because like I couldn't just go there to go, hey, you know what I'm a fan of? Watching kids read. Can I just come in and watch the kids learn today? I find that fascinating. You couldn't do that, right? But they open up the doors wide open for you to watch this.
Well, yeah, because they're putting on a show, dumbass.
Yes, I get
it's
it.
like you doing. I do a radio show, and then someone would be like, "Hey, can I watch you shower?" Well, I listen to you on the radio. Let me come watch you shower.
But I guess
What the hell kind of argument is that? Sorry,
I just don't think
sorry, Kimmy. You said
it's the only time I want your ass there.
okay, so
dumbass.
depending on where you live, you may go to like, the Friday night football game or
Yeah.
something like that. If it's
But you don't have
the
a
big
kid.
thing going on in your community, I guess if you're into musicals and theater, it's kind of like doing the same, right? Going to support the local high school's play.
All right, to that point, Rachel writes us on Facebook. She says, this isn't fair. Talking about, again, just to catch up. I'm sorry. There's a lot happening here as Tommy's being the worst human being that ever existed. Somebody has put together a list of all of the high school musicals in the greater Rochester area, dates, times, performances, and put them out. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to go see a high school musical, you could go.
Yeah.
And I guess the idea is people that aren't connected to it. And I'm not, these kids are talented as
Yeah.
hell. It just feels weird as an adult to go to that show. Rachel writes, to your point, this isn't fair. There are lots of people who go to high school basketball or football games that don't have kids there. Why should those kids get big crowds, but musicals are weird? It's a valid point.
Yeah, well, I also am kind of weirded out by a guy my age sitting up in the stands, doesn't have a kid in the game here, is just watching a game.
I go to an Aquinas football game. There are 40 guys your age.
Yeah.
Also with fat then Italian nickname afterwards. Nobody bats an eye.
Guys also love to brag about when they saw an athlete before they, made it in college or the pros, where I know people who are really, really into musicals, and they will brag about seeing somebody that's now on Broadway. Like, obviously the average person may not know that, but people who are in that community are like, yeah, they're like, a leading role in this famous play now.
Well, look, there's a woman whose name we should not know, and that sounded bad when I said Renee Fleming from Rochester.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she did musical theater here in Rochester.
Yeah,
when she
my aunt
was
was
a
a
kid.
huge fan of this one.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
But she made it all the way to Lincoln Center.
But the fact that you and I, the idiots that we are, know her name tells you that she is extraordinary.
Yes, yeah.
Somebody watched her as a freshman, sophomore, junior,
and you didn't
senior.
realize you were watching probably one of the greatest singers on the planet.
And I'm sure in that moment, though, you were blown away by the talent the kid had at that age.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. I would love if we'd ever had this conversation. If for some reason I walked in here one day, man, I got to tell you guys something. Me and the missus slid out to the high school, caught a hell of a musical. This kid, I saw Pat. Oh my God. You two.
No, we wouldn't.
Oh my God!
Your
Then I
wife-
walked into the wrong goddamn room, woman. Because your
Your
snappy
wife worked
ass
at the school.
would have
I
had
would
me
not
in
find
your
that weird at
talons
all.
Like a goddamn hawk.
If you and your wife went, I would be surprised that you went. But I would think that's adorable. And like I said, your wife worked at the school. It makes perfect sense why she would want to go to something like
that's how
this.
you do it. You do the little teapot. I'm a little teapot. I'm Kimmy. I'm so cool.
You're losing your mind. He's losing
You're
it.
so great, Tommy. I'm so glad you've expanded your mind, Tommy. You're so full of it, man.
Wait, why are you getting mad that I'm not calling you weird?
Because you lie. Teapot lie.
I don't know what's happening.
He's just going off like a car alarm because
But you know I'm right.
I
You
just
know
said-
I'm
I
right.
just said I wouldn't find it that weird because your wife worked at the school. I could see her wanting to attend this. I would be surprised that you went along
And I'm
with it.
bragging about the talent I saw. These kids today, I'm telling you.
No, you're an old agent from the 50s now. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Darcy. Hey, Darcy, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, I just got to tell you, I don't think you guys are giving these performers enough credit. They are outstanding, especially the ones in high school. I was amazed. I used to take my kids when they were little, and I still go as an adult. And my kids are outgrown and out of the house. I mean, granted, I'm a woman, so I guess it's not that weird. But
Okay, but let's walk down that road, actually. So, Darcy, I would like to, again, make one thing clear. There is a single person in this room who was like,
Direct all your anger at him.
I wasn't really being derogatory about what I said
you
about
could
these
not
guys.
have been more derogatory.
I just said they're young and they're starting out. It's,
Okay. Sure,
okay.
yeah. But, Darcy, you said it's different as a woman. Like, all right, so in all sincerity, if you saw, do you know what Tommy looks like?
yes, I do.
Yes,
What does that mean?
Unfortunately, I have
No,
seen this
nothing.
man. So, Darcy, let's say you're there with your kids, and you see Tommy Muley by himself in his maroon platform bowling shoes and his quarter zip walk through that door with a program in his hand. Would that be suspicious to you?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
I'm afraid so. I'm sorry.
No, don't. Look,
Okay,
it's a-
I do
it's a
have to
question.
give Tommy. I'm gonna say this, and I don't know if it's a compliment for Tommy or not. But you dress like somebody who appreciates theater.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll
Okay.
take one.
Hey, so Darcy, do you still go to these shows or not?
I do. I think they're great. I live in Greece now, and they're wonderful.
You can hear, bravo, bravo, encore, encore.
Well, no. I mean, look. In all sincerity, like Grease Athena,
Oh, yeah.
doesn't it have
they've,
like?
They've put out some Broadway
productions,
stars.
yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Darcy, thank you for the call.
Wait, they got Broadway
Thank you.
stars?
Yeah, I think one of they have an alumni who was or is one of the leading roles in like Wicked on Broadway.
How about that, Dick?
Wow, I'd
I don't
say
know if they
these some
still
kids.
are in it, but
Oh,
I know they
here
were.
we go. Here we go.
No, I've already said it enough.
No, look at you. Oh, were you scared? You scared ass
No,
bitch?
I don't want to.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I got a penis I won't say out loud because I thought I was being nice and criticizing children.
I'm not criticizing.
Okay, just in one
but,
sentence.
but you're learning. You're trying. I get it, but you're not going to be great at it.
Oh, there are
It
kids.
takes time.
There are kids that are great at it. And by the way, you're not giving enough credit to the experience these kids already have in High School Musical. Some of these kids have been doing it since they were little.
I understand.
No, you don't. They have acting and musical camps all summer.
I know. I remember they had drama kids here, that camp that people send their kids to.
You know the old comedy club in Henrietta?
Yeah.
They run a musical camp all summer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
there's so many
it's year round
programs
now.
like
Is
this.
it
Yeah.
still there?
I
Yeah.
know one of my daughter's hockey
Yeah.
teammates does it.
and I think they're
Drama
pretty
kids, yeah.
competitive too.
Oh yeah.
No, not according to Tommy. Hey, when you show up, you go, la, 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 get the hell out of here. Hell out of here. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about somebody put out a list of all the musicals in the greater Rochester area, all the high schools musicals coming
Yeah.
up this season. And I guess the idea is to get more people out to see them. We're having a discussion about how appropriate it is for not having any connection. I do think that, we'll go to the phones in a second, guys. I'm sorry. The point that the last woman just made is a valid point. That any woman of any age could get away with it.
Oh yeah, women. Yes.
You would have to have a woman with you.
Right. For me to be a single, I'm 65 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I wear hearing aids. I walk in. I sit down by myself. I look like a weird, lonely old man.
I don't know why you wouldn't look like somebody's grandpa. In all honesty,
No, but I'm sitting by myself.
or uncle, or some family member attending.
It would have to be a great uncle.
Yeah. Where's my woman?
Where's my
What?
woman?
Yeah.
You could be single.
I mean, no.
There are a lot of single
So,
great uncles out there.
So I'm a widowed.
No.
Lonely.
Lifetime
Widowed.
bachelor,
Yeah.
single great uncle.
Lifetime bachelor is got to be the worst. So like I never hooked up.
Hey, man, and look, I don't think I'm breaking news here. There's a lot of lifetime bachelors that go to the musical theater.
Yeah, but don't you think those dudes are weird?
They
Like they have multiple hats for their cats.
Boy, they went to hatcats.com.
Yeah.
Not their competitor, cathats.com. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, how you doing?
Good, man.
I can think of an example. Actually, I know of an example of a single male going to musical theater, and my daughter was a theater kid and also did vocal groups. And her vocal director used to go to the musical theater shows of all the kids that were in the group.
Okay, but he did have
But
a
he's in
connection.
the business.
He's in the business.
Right, but like they were all over the county. So I mean, nobody would know that he had
Okay.
a connection
Okay.
to the kid.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
So
Dave-
I bet you he's got some stories. Oh, I'm sure he got some looks if you talk to that guy.
well, I don't know.
No.
We were
I
all,
would I just assume you're a family member or somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah. I mean, I went to a bunch of these, and yeah, there was guys that would walk in, and you just figured they were somebody's grandpa or uncle or something like that.
Okay, so yeah, we have someone that's in this world, by the way, now, idiot, and you're just like blowing him off.
Who?
You, David's in this world. We can ask him all the questions we want. You're like, yeah, let me tell you how it is, though, Dave. All right, Dave. I mean, maybe it's possible that the theater community is just more accepting outsiders than any other community we're a part
They
of.
would be accepting.
Would that-
I would say they are. I mean, just by nature of the community, they're more accepting than other people.
All right, so you're telling us then, in your humble opinion, by the way, how long were you a theater dad for, Dave?
Minimum 14 years.
Okay, so that's a long...
14 years?
Yeah, that's the thing about kids. They just keep getting older.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. All right. So, Dave, if Tommy or I were to walk in to a high school performance, that would not be inappropriate.
No, because I mean, they would people would assume you have some association with the kid.
Well, say I
even if
don't.
They did, but nobody would care.
Okay.
They'd assume you did, and even if you didn't, you're supporting the arts.
Okay. So, I mean, Tommy, it's an us problem, not a them problem.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
sure.
Dave, thank you for clearing that up, buddy. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
There goes Theater Dad Dave.
You know what bothered me? Like, a lot of these have intermission, right? Like, you go out into the lobby.
Yeah.
That would be weird. I had to stay in my seat.
Yeah, but with your prostate, you can't stay in your seat.
I'm on the pill. I got the prostate pill. No, but that would be weird, like going out and mingling as a single old man walking around.
You could just stay in your seat, you know.
No, but let's
Nobody's
say,
right. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be weird.
That also looks weird. I'm like the only guy sitting there.
Yeah, but how are you going to buy a brownie or a piece of coffee cake?
That's true. I love me some coffee cake.
I will say this. I have gone to a couple of musicals, friends of my daughter,
Yeah.
or kids who live in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
right? And they do have dynamite snack bars. like that.
And you're always like your peak snack time. Like you can't pass up those brownies
And
once you see them.
Here's the best part. With these Kimmy high school theaters,
Yeah.
you can't bring food into the theater, so you get to eat it as fast
Then
as
you got to
can.
scarf it down.
Which is good. Like, I have no choice. All right, let's take a break. This man, according to police, did something wrong. And it's a domestic situation, but not in the traditional sense, right?
No.
It's not what you would think. Two things are going to happen here.
All right.
The female portion of our audience is going to hear this and go, oh, my God. The male portion of our audience is going to hear
Yeah.
this and go, that's terrible. It's a pretty good idea, though.
Oh, really?
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is the biggest spousal argument no one talks about.
Oh,
And it put one man in handcuffs.
handcuffs.
These take time. They cost a ton of money.
Yeah.
They take help from husbands who may think they have better things to do. And if you really wanted to cause problems in your relationship, this would be the first thing to attack.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We're about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Yeah, buddy.
Where Are They Whining? Coming up just after 9. Set your phone alarm. Get your minds ready. We're going to figure out where they whining.
I got the hot hand today, baby.
You have not won in, it's well over a year now.
Look out, because Tommy do.
All that and more just after 9 o'clock here at the break room on CMF. A man in Wayne County is under arrest after a domestic incident. But it's not the type of domestic incident we're used to seeing in the news. This
Yeah.
did not get physical. The man, who looks to be in his 50s, was arrested on Saturday after police say he dumped used diesel oil on shrubs and landscaping around the house.
So he killed the landscaping with, like,
Oh.
fuel.
Yeah, I mean, that would kill it,
But
right?
it's his stuff.
Probably not. You're not thinking here.
Is he renting?
Nope.
Oh.
Try again.
Living with somebody?
A woman?
All right.
These seem like her shrubs and landscaping.
Oh, was it his property?
No, it may have been his property.
Yeah.
It may have been his house.
Yeah.
But he killed all the shrubs and
I know.
bushes around
All
the
right.
house.
Okay.
He's been charged with criminal mischief. He has a court date coming up. Right now,
Yeah.
there are two reactions coming from the people that can hear us.
Mm.
There are gardeners who are appalled
Yeah.
this man would do what police said he did.
Yeah.
And there are folks married to gardeners who, although maybe not cheering him on, get it.
Yeah.
And Tommy, I'm going to say some things. And the second you think I'm wrong, I want you to jump in and correct me.
Okay.
Are you
I'm ready to go.
On the whole, way more female gardeners than guy gardeners.
Oh, probably, yeah.
If there was a person in a relationship who is the gardener, it's the wife most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Most men hate their wife's garden.
Yes.
Takes up time.
Mm-hmm.
Costs way more money than it's worth.
It's all that landscaping and stuff, sure.
Yeah, like to your point, like despite it being her project, you are left to do a ton of work when I just need a little help with something. I just need a little help. Back-breaking labor
Yeah.
that takes hours from your weekend
Yeah, it does.
when they decide they want to do their hobby.
Yeah.
Now, if the allegations are true, obviously
Yeah.
this guy should be punished because he may have ruined God knows how many hours putting in this garden.
That could be expensive.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes. That being said, you can't tell me
Yeah.
there aren't a ton of husbands listening right now that haven't had this fantasy.
Of just poisoning the garden.
Maybe it's not oil, maybe it's fire,
Yeah,
maybe
whatever.
it's salt,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
it's you
but-
just kicking it.
Yeah, but then it makes your house look crappy.
Okay, don't care.
And you're just going to have to go out
Right.
there, grab a shovel, and start digging.
Because even if it is her project, like you say, you still want it to look nice. Like you don't want to be that neighbor with the crappy landscaping.
Don't care.
Well, you don't.
Don't care.
But I'm guessing most guys do.
I am having the wrong argument in the wrong room right now. Because you know what?
Even my husband, like he hates doing it, but he doesn't want to look like the crappy house where stuff's dead.
Oh,
and
no.
not-
I got a buddy like that, though.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
So my wife's landscaping looks terrible?
No. Her choice in yardman is deplorable.
Well, I told my wife, right? God bless you. You do whatever you want. I ain't helping.
But you're not a yard person.
No, I'm not.
Like, your
Why?
old
What's
man
the point?
wasn't either.
No, what's the point? I got enough stuff going on. I'm not going to add
But
flowers.
you don't get satisfied when it looks nice.
No, do not care. Does not do anything for
But
me.
that was his old man.
I know.
Well, I'm right here.
No, but your old man was the same way.
I don't
Because yeah,
get
Just
it.
like
this
your
whole
daddy.
thing, even if you felt satisfied by killing all the stuff, well, all right, I guess I'll get to fixing it now.
Yeah.
Like what? I don't get the why you'd be happy about it.
So you're thinking there's always somebody that wishes this stuff would just go away.
I'll go even further.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The biggest source of stress in a marriage that nobody talks about
What's that?
is the garden.
The yard work.
The garden, whatever
Well,
it is.
gardens are,
I'll mow a
landscaping.
lawn. I'll mow a lawn, right? If
Yeah.
I got to do that, I'll.
But you're not happy about it.
Well, look, you got to do what you got to do.
You
It's
put
like,
the puss on.
It's like doing laundry. I don't love doing laundry. I'll do laundry. I'll mow the lawn. I'll trim the weeds, right?
Yeah.
But the garden is unnecessary. The flowers are unnecessary.
Well, if it's there though, you got to take care of it.
Not necessarily.
Like even if you didn't put it in, if you bought the house, you can't just like let it go.
Okay,
Yeah,
here's
'cause then it just looks like
Yeah.
crap. You
And
look
it
like
creates more problems.
You look like one of those Catskill resorts that got abandoned in the 70s.
Hey, Shecky had a lot of good times in that resort.
And you can still hear him to this day.
Look,
Yeah.
this has become a problem in my marriage. And it's because you ladies just don't know
You
when
keep
enough.
saying you ladies. I think that might be the wrong assumption.
Am I wrong? 252 WCMF. Did I not say that most women are gardener?
Yeah.
If the gardener, it's going to be the woman in the house, and you
Yeah.
agreed with me, even
Yeah.
though you're a flower bitch.
Yes, I am. Big old flower bitch.
Like my dad isn't like, I wouldn't call him a gardener, but he's very particular and wants things to look nice. And I think he's almost pickier about it than my mom.
No, and based on all the way you've described your dad on the show, he seems like a well-adjusted,
but
normal
but
man.
I don't think. I think you're the one that's not normal here.
Okay, let me break this down. My wife has enveloped our home in plants.
Yeah.
You guys witnessed it
Yeah.
when I thought I was having a stroke that day. I can't tell you how many places I've had to go
yeah.
to get a special kind of mulch,
Yeah.
some weird plant that she can't carry on her own.
Yeah.
Like 30 to 60-minute drives because someone who knows someone told her that the best whatever plant is at this nursery in Ontario County. It sucks.
Yes,
And
I'm
it ain't just an old lady thing anymore. My wife has been doing this since I was in my mid-20s. There are plenty of 30 and 40-something husbands who are dealing with this right now. You're in the prime of your life.
Yeah.
The prime of your life. It's not like you're retired and you're just sitting around not doing anything and you can help her. I got stuff to do, man. And now we're going to spend 2 hours planting an organic baby apple tree. I got 4 of them in my backyard. $70 each.
It's a lot of apples.
Get the hell out of my face.
But you would never, like your wife likes nice things. And she likes aesthetically the house to look nice. Like she's fashionable. She likes to travel. She likes good food. She likes nice things.
Bitch.
You've never got that gene because it never ran in your family. Your family, you don't care. Like your old man didn't care how the house
Well,
looked.
no, but he does. I think that he does care. This just isn't your project because we talked the other day
What did you
about. I go, I'm surprised you don't have an ice rink in your backyard.
Yes.
You're like, oh, I would. I've looked into it. I did the research. I would definitely have one if my backyard was more level.
Yeah, I'd
and
have
you
to
know,
grade it.
like how many hours of work and maintenance it would take to maintain an ice rink in your backyard. You were willing to do that, but you don't want to carry a plant from the car to the backyard.
And I'll explain why.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a very simple solution. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this man out in Wayne County. He looks to be in his 50s. He was arrested on Saturday after police say he dumped used diesel oil on shrubs and landscaping around the house. Police say it was
Yeah,
domestic
he must have
incident.
been having a ball when he was doing it.
He's got a court date coming up. He's been charged with attempted criminal mischief. When it comes to the ice hockey rink, you get things from that. My daughters and I would get to spend quality time together. We're all going to get exercise. It's a fun, unique thing to have.
You
What
just
do I?
want it for yourself.
Yes, no,
course it
yes,
is.
but that's something. What do I get out of a flower? What does my wife get out of a flower?
Aesthetically, the house looks
It
nice.
looks nice, and your daughters probably spend time with her doing that too.
Okay.
They're also learning
No.
something and getting outside.
My kids hate it too. My wife is on her own. She is a woman alone with her plants.
Like I see a guy with hockey rink in his backyard. Yeah, I only have one thing: white trash with cash.
Oh, you hear that, hockey rink boys?
You white trash with cash.
It's not white trash. It's cool as
Bro,
hell.
it's white trash, but you got bank.
Oh, let me ask
Because
you-
they're not cheap.
I disagree with that though because I think that because I do know a couple guys who have done this in their backyard and they're super particular about their yard. Like they also maintain everything else that is around their house.
Well, look, you guys were coming to the defense of my wife. She likes to look nice. And
No, I'm just saying we
aesthetically
get
pleasing.
it. We get it.
So right now, my wife, her new thing, the
Yeah,
last
okay.
couple of years, it's called growing things from seed. So she
So
starts.
she's really going full on gardener.
Oh yeah. She starts the plants.
She grows them inside.
Yeah, she's been growing inside for 3
Yeah.
weeks now.
Yeah.
They have taken over.
That's a ton of work.
our dining room. Okay.
But you don't eat anyway.
Nightly.
When you go in there, pick the seeds out of night, call it dinner with your kettlebell.
You literally just had a whole bag of baby carrots that Breezy made fun of you for eating. My wife,
Yeah.
the other night,
Yeah.
made me come into the room where the plants are growing and say nice things to them.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Oh, what happened? You're not as vehement as you were a second ago.
No, you
kinda
have
backed out
to talk to
there.
them.
Let me say that again.
And by the way, you're also the wrong person for that.
Why is that?
I never hear anything nice coming out of your mouth.
No one's the right person for that. She made me.
What'd you just do?
I was like, wow, you guys, you look great.
How's that scene going?
You like
Nailing
to
it.
sing? Good. The guitar out, play him a little tune.
Oh, you could have.
My wife talks to her plants on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But she's good at gardening, so it's working.
Yeah, no, is that what you were going to say?
No, I mean, what?
My wife
Yeah.
talks to her plants.
Yeah, that's great. She should.
So you talk to your plants.
No, I talk to a vegetable every day. Good enough for me.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, what happened a second ago? You were, what, is that crazy? Does it make you a crazy person?
No, of course not.
No, not a crazy person.
She's one of the good ones.
You puss-ass bitch. I just don't understand the payoff. And I get that you're talking about the aesthetically pleasing. But here's the thing.
It's value to your home.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
it
curb
does.
appeal definitely
However,
does.
you've never appreciated good landscaping before, have you?
Do you hear what you
And
just
you've
said, you
never-
old woman?
Like,
You've never
have you
sold
ever
a
driven
home.
by somebody's house and you're like, wow, that's beautiful.
Never
that looks
happened in my life.
amazing.
You've never sold a home. The first thing that a realtor's going to say, I appeal,
No,
curb appeal.
I hear you. Like right now, you got to do everything you can to make sure you
Hey,
get as
this
much
market
money
ain't
for your
going to stay
house.
like this forever, buddy boy.
When it comes to the payoff, if you garden for food, unless you have an actual farm,
Yeah.
it's not enough food to make a difference in your family.
You're right.
If you are gardening for beauty, like the flowers and shrubs, the curb appeal, as you
Mm-hmm.
put it, it's just going to die in a few months.
Yeah, and then it comes
it's
back.
nice.
No,
Well, it's there.
sometimes.
But you also got to cut it back.
That's just it. You spend all this money, you put in all this work,
Good
only
exercise
for
for
it,
you.
it's gonna die. I don't get it. There is nothing else in this world where the effort versus results is so out of whack. My wife is gonna spend 100 hours this summer
Yeah.
between her flowers and the food garden that she has in the backyard, and in the end,
But it's something else.
But
gonna die.
she enjoys it. It's getting outside.
It's therapeutic, too.
It is exercise.
fine.
What you want to hear you breaking down the Sabres game from last night?
If-
Walk around the house?
No, but here's the thing.
Tell you stupid jokes?
Like,
If-
what are you doing while she's doing that?
What do you think he's doing?
I'm wondering.
Flapping.
Working on this show because my back's killing me from carrying it. Out.
Well, you better do some more lifting. Show sucks.
No, but here's the thing, man. If she was just doing it on her
Yeah.
own, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. It's when she comes to me, it's like, oh, can I have a little? Now I got 3 hours of my life. I'm
But,
covered
but
in
you
dirt.
both own the home together. Like, you should participate a little
And you
bit.
got in shape. You're doing your kettlebell. You can't carry a
Shut-
couple of plants.
Shut
I thought you.
up.
What is it? Be ready to get ready. You don't do anything.
Hashtag stay ready.
For
so you
what?
don't have to get ready.
Every opportunity that comes from not picking something up, you bail.
Not flowers, man.
You
I ain't
should have
doing
just.
it.
You should go back to 300 pounds.
I would love to be 300 pounds again. How many times do I have to tell you? This sucks. Everything about it sucks. I hate eating right. I hate working out. I hate gardening. I would love to be the blob that I once was, but now I have children. There's nothing I can do about it.
Can't go back now.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris. How are you, buddy?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Pat, the reason why you can't have plants and talk to them because you have this incredibly loud, high-pitched screech when you talk, like, loud.
What do you mean?
I can see the needles on your equipment, like, burying it, the red spot, you know?
All right, Chris, are you a gardener, my friend?
Oh, no, I am not. I'm too lazy to be a gardener.
Okay, you're on my side, bitch. What are you coming after me for? Chris, do you have anyone in your house that's a gardener?
Yes, I do. My girlfriend is.
Okay, is what I'm saying ringing true, or do you enjoy her gardening hobby?
It just kills me watching her do it, if that makes any sense.
It does.
She's good. She grows a lot of vegetables, which is great. I can't fault her for that.
You don't eat them, though.
I do.
I don't know. You ain't got vegetable voice, bro.
No, you don't at
Oh,
all.
tomatoes, and we get these like huge tomatoes. It's incredible. But she's good at it, so I don't. It's more power to her, I think.
All right, she's standing right next to him right now. That's
Yeah,
what's
I can
happening.
tell.
Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
No.
Yeah, you're also a guy that lost a ton of weight. You lost over, 250 pounds?
No, I lost 100
keeps
pounds.
going up.
I would be dead if I lost 250 pounds.
Or maybe I was just wishful thinking. So that doesn't eat vegetables.
I
like
do
you
eat
don't,
vegetables.
No, you don't.
I eat vegetables every day. That's all
But
I
you
eat.
don't even like them. Like,
Oh, my God. Do you hear this prissy
No,
ass
like-
bitch?
Well, he eats a salad every
no, but
day.
I'll bring up this or that. Like the things I come in and
Yeah.
eat. Like
well,
he
you're
turns
like
his-
an extreme. I mean, you don't even dip. You
No.
just eat straight up baby carrots.
You shouldn't dip. Dipping will kill
I
you.
don't know. I'm gonna go vegetables. I need to enjoy it a
You know,
little
this
bit.
country didn't have dips until the 1970s.
Yeah, it's true. We looked into it.
No, yeah, Nixon passed the Dip Act in 72.
I remember that press conference that he gave when he.
I say, you can dip all you want now with your carrots and your celery. And get out there and garden and support America with dips.
But you remember, he only did that because of the ideas that JFK had in regards to dips.
I say by the end of this century, blue cheese on every table. Dip your crust with your pizza pie. Delicious.
And I mean, it takes a while for these to snowball
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it was,
yeah.
Roosevelt initially who wanted more dips in this country.
I say, all we have to fear
It's weird how
Bad self.
Nixon doing Roosevelt with a little JFK.
I get up and have some dip, but my legs don't work. Ellen has to bring the dip over.
Let's take a break. We got Where They Whining coming up in just a little
I don't know
while.
where her fingers been bent. She's been up upstairs with her girlfriend all afternoon.
All right, you want to talk about nature?
Well, that is the room upstairs in the residency.
You want to talk about nature outside, all that stuff? So
Yeah.
you should be outside this weekend and check out this celestial event.
Oh, what's coming up?
They just keep coming.
More sky stuff?
Yeah, no, it's big sky stuff. You like sunrise?
I love a sunrise.
How about double sunrise?
We got two suns?
Next, here in the break room. Let's CMF. You like the sunrise?
Hell yeah.
How about 2 sunrises, bro?
How's that work?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We're just a little while away from Where They Whining. We went long while I was screaming about plants. Sorry about that. So this will be a quick one.
Yeah.
This weekend, another major celestial event.
Ooh, what we getting?
It's called a double sunrise.
Never heard of this one.
What, do you get drunk and go outside?
Yeah, that's what it is, stupid. So this weekend, March 29th, the moon's silhouette will give the sun a crescent shape. And as the sun rises on March 29th, folks that can see will be able to check out what appears to be 2 separate horns of the sun emerging from the horizon.
Okay.
The double sunrise.
All right.
So it's all an illusion?
Well, yeah, I think if all of a sudden there were 2 suns, we'd have some serious trouble.
Yeah, we're too close.
Yeah.
Or
I don't know,
something.
I thought it meant something else.
Too close to the other
another,
sun.
like another galaxy or
we
something. I
didn't
don't know.
about.
I don't know how it works. So it'll look like the silhouette of 2 suns, same time.
Yep.
Coming at you.
Double sunrise.
All right.
Yeah. And it looks like in our area.
It's going to be too cloudy. It's always too freaking cloudy for this crap.
Well, let's check. March 29th.
I think it's like rain.
It's Friday, right?
No,
Or
Saturday.
No, Saturday?
It said March 20th. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, it is Saturday.
Okay. So,
Yeah, it's going to be too cloudy.
God, just shut up. Did you even look? Saturday, 29th. Cloudy. Okay, so maybe.
It's always cloudy right now.
Okay, maybe in
All
the
right.
morning it won't be as cloudy. I don't know. By the way, like you're not going to already be up. The sun rises at
know.
7 a.m.
I know.
or 6:55. Like you will have been up for 4 hours at that point.
Will.
I'm not gonna look outside like those other suckers looking at the double sunrise. You know, we talk all the time since the eclipse about how common these celestial events are. And again, this double sunrise comes just a few weeks after the sky blood red lunar eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
It does feel like maybe being someone into like telescopes and space is a good idea because it always gives you something to look forward to.
Yeah, there's always something on the calendar.
And I know that you think, Tommy, folks that use telescopes are creepy,
Perverts, yes.
but I am jealous of folks that look at this stuff and are like, what, like to get into it.
Yeah.
It's an easy, cheap hobby that also kind of gives the impression that you're a smart person.
It does.
Yeah, because I would think you'd have to pay attention to all this to put it to use, essentially.
I will say this, you're also kind of a lonely person, even if you're married, because even on the box, it's just a guy outside of his house, like looking out at his sky, but like the rest of the family's like inside the house. Like he's just doing it alone.
But don't you think it's a hobby that invites curiosity? Like if I saw my neighbor out there in their backyard with a telescope, I kind of want to see what they're looking at.
Okay, maybe once, but once you get the explanation of what he's looking at,
Because
you're
they could be
never
looking
going
at something
back.
different every time.
No, I told you, my next door neighbor when I was a kid had a telescope. He'd invite us over all the time.
Yeah, that was that perv that made you take your shirt off for candy bars.
Yeah, but my dad wouldn't buy me the candy bars. No, he never made me take my shirt off.
You had some weirdos, bro. You lived on Pedo Boulevard.
What the hell are you talking about? There wasn't a single what?
It sounded like you lived on Pedo. Like
I have never told a story in my life. Oh, no. It wasn't my street. There was a guy that lived like a mile away who was a single older man that had a trampoline that sprayed it with water and let us jump on it in middle school with our shirts off. That guy did not live in my neighborhood. And it wasn't until years later.
Pedo Pete.
It wasn't until years later that I was like, wait a minute.
That was a little strange, huh?
I will never forget. You know what? Well, one of our buddies figured out this guy had a trampoline and he
Yeah.
would let him use it, right?
Sure.
So we would go down and jump on the trampoline. He'd just watch us jump on the trampoline. It was super cool.
Then he
So
gave you some wine popsicles.
one day he's like, it's really fun if we spray the trampoline with water and then, you just take your shirts off. Well, yeah, that sounds great. My parents never stopped us from going.
Of course not.
Oh, wow. Look,
Hey, I can see him from here. He's fine.
No, they couldn't. I was a mile away.
Oh.
All right, let's take a break. Thanks for resurfacing that memory. It's 9 o'clock. It is Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
It's about that time, bitch. Why do you feel so confident today?
It's a tingle I get.
You got no. I think you're having a stroke.
Okay.
We hope. If you want a guarantee, you get in. Now's your time to try. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy's got her post. She's going to read it out loud.
Yeah.
And together, as a community,
Yeah.
we're going to figure out where they whining next here in the break room. On CMF. It's about that time, bitch.
Let's do it.
I don't get why all of a sudden today.
Watch and learn.
We've been watching.
Well, now you do some learning.
No, it's been a full calendar year.
It has not. You just make that up.
No, Tommy, you had 3 stars. I had none. I have 5,
Kimmy doesn't
6
document
stars.
that deep.
No, she does. Kimmy, it's been over a year since
What was
Tommy
my
had
last
it.
star?
Okay, I don't know when, but
See,
it has
she
been a
does it.
while.
It ain't been no year.
You hanging out in the
It
break?
might have been a year.
You hanging out in the break room? Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It's brilliance like that, why you feel so confident. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time for Where They Whining. Before we get there, you can log on
Yeah, where we go? Where?
to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Disturbed,
Oh, I like Disturbed.
the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour. You remember the song?
Oh, yeah.
You down with the sickness? Wow.
Hey, yeah, he's going to check it out all the time.
They're touring with special guest Daughtry and Nothing More. I don't know if that's a band or the end of the bill.
End of time?
No, you idiot. Listen to the
He
effing
didn't get
show.
it.
Daughtry and then who?
The joke is this. Disturbed with special guest Daughtry and Nothing More. And
Oh,
I don't know if
Nothing
the
More.
last one is a band or the end of the bill. God, you know the jokes are really good when you got to say them a second time. They're coming April 4th, KeyBank Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. All right. Our phone lines are locked up.
Okay.
It is time for Where They Whine. And if you're new to the game, here's how it works. Kimmy's got a post of the neighborhood app. She reads it out loud, but she removes the street names and references to the name of the town. So it's not obvious.
Yeah.
However, there are still little clues in there.
But what do you do?
Well, you got to listen
Have to listen.
to the little stuff. And when you figure it out,
Yeah.
you call us at 252-WCMF when there's a phone line open, 252-9263, and we figure out where they whine. You know what? You're so confident. I'm just ready to go. I can't wait to watch the brilliance that is quarter zip, platform bowling shoes, Tommy Mueller.
You know, these sweaters are very popular right now.
Yeah. Amongst financiers and men I see arrested for murdering people in other countries. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready?
Let's make it happen.
Rockport, Greece, Fairport, where they whining.
What is the going rate for house sitting?
Shut up.
Done.
The reason I ask is that my neighbor asked us to keep an eye on their house while they were on vacation in Mexico last week.
Ooh, Mexico.
I should also add, they gave us a key to do a daily check around the house and feed their son's pet fish. We brought their mail inside and made sure their packages were taken care of when they showed up at the house. Am I out of touch? Or should they, pay us something for doing them this favor?
What a
They're going to ask for
Don't-
money on the back end?
Yeah, chintz out.
Don't you agree? I find it weird they haven't offered yet, and I'm starting to think they never will. The family got back a few days ago and gave us a quick thank you when they came to get their house key back. They also gave us a shot glass souvenir that I'm positive they got for free from the resort. That was it. I'm worried that this will now be a reoccurring request every time they go on vacation. It only seems fair to put a price on it next time.
Yeah, this is my parents.
That's a lot of pressure and responsibility to put on a neighbor for nothing in return. What have you guys paid people in the past so I know what to ask for in advance?
All right, so you said this to your parents.
So my parents lived in a condo.
Yeah.
And a lot of older people, and they would always, people would ask them to do it. But my parents would also ask. My father always wanted, what am I getting? The guy didn't even bring me over a bottle of scotch. He wanted something every time. But when people did stuff for him, oh, you're a neighbor. Well, you're supposed to help each other out.
It is ballsy to, on the back end, be like, yo, where's
Demand
my money?
payment.
Well, I don't know if they're demanding it now, but they said,
It
I'm
kinda
worried
sounds
this
like
will
it.
be a reoccurring request every time they go on vacation.
Well, even on the second one, you're going to pay me? That would
Yeah.
still be uncomfortable. Okay, so I know what just happened to your brain because I've known you for too long.
What's that?
You heard house sitting and you immediately thought of the town. And then the story changed. So you are off. You are off, my friend.
How do
I'm gonna-
you don't know. You
no,
don't
I'm
know
going to say it
anything.
up front to think it through because everyone wants you to get your first star in a year.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking?
Well, you got to think about somebody that can afford a luxurious trip to Mexico. They don't give those away.
I mean, there are really inexpensive places you can go to Mexico.
Not in season. This is the high season right now, in Mexico.
We don't know when this post came. Last week it was about snow and it was 70 degrees.
I'm guessing it's recent.
No, again, last week it was about a snow
Usually
storm.
I'd wait a little bit to use them.
But go on.
I don't want
Why am
to
I
say
helping
much
you?
more.
Why am I helping you?
I don't know.
Keep going.
All right, so house sitting, but you're also a chintz. So you think you something, but you're also a chintz ass. So we're the people that think they're kind of smug,
Mm-hmm.
but they also know they're not at that level yet. You're like mid-level smug. Where would that be, Patrick?
You tell me.
Oh, I know where it is.
Where's that?
It's in Webster. This is big time because we know some smug asses in Webster. Bro.
Yeah. Kimmy, can I tell you a story?
With
Yeah,
your
go
hockey
ahead.
rinks
Yep.
and your above ground pools.
I knew a guy that lived in Webster. He was a good friend of mine.
And what did you think of him?
So he would go out on these vacations, and then he would come to you and be like, hey, guess what? I got, oh boy, am I going to do a favor for you.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy would have me come over and watch his house.
Yeah.
And
would,
the dog.
Would not pay me a thing.
But by the way, he had full run of the place.
Who gives a crap? It was an empty house.
Bro.
Bro, Kimmy,
Yeah.
he would play it like he was doing me a favor by
The
watching
human
his house.
livestock ball washing chicks that he brought through that place.
So what? I had an
I
apartment.
thought the dog smelled bad.
I had an apartment. Yeah, by the way, they were really impressed with your no furniture and weird pictures of your head cut out over someone meeting the Pope.
That was me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw the pictures, stupid. All right.
So my pick is Webster.
It's not Webster.
Oh, no, of course not.
No, I think it's more affluent. I don't think this is a case of people needing to save money. I think this is a case of people who have money because they're cheap.
Well, you only got one fluent town.
No, there's three places this could be.
Affluent.
And I don't think, although,
There's only one total affluent.
no, but we had that one last week, if I'm not mistaken. It was recent.
Where are you fluent?
I'm going to go Fairport. This feels like Fairport to me.
I mean, yeah, that's not a bad pick. It's not. It ain't the right pick.
No?
'Cause I know who you're thinking of.
No, that's why I
Oh.
didn't pick it.
No.
I literally just told you my pick.
But I know why you picked it.
Why'd I pick it?
I can't say. We know people.
Oh, and you know people. Who do I know, buddy? I don't know nobody about nothing. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only.
Yeah, what's that?
When you get one pick.
Yeah.
One pick. When we pick up the phone, if you've already heard your town said previous,
Yeah, what do you do?
you got two options. You can either hang up, try again next week, we won't be mad, or pick a different town.
Okay.
When we pick up, if you go, I was good but then you have been disqualified. The commissioner has all final say, and based on the rule that you guys voted for at the beginning of the year,
Yeah.
Barber, who is last week's champion, now has to wait to go last.
All right.
And he's on hold.
So sit tight.
We're going to take as many as we can to make Barber wait as long as possible. 252 WCMF. Let's kick it off with Caleb. Caleb, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Gates.
Why Gates?
Oh, my God, Gates.
So I'm getting West Side vibes from this, and I'm thinking an area that's neighborly enough that you'd be like, hey, neighbor, can you watch my house for me? But busted enough that you're not going to offer any cash to your neighbor. You just expect them to do it for free.
I don't think anyone in Gates would expect to get paid. That's the problem with that.
You always have one. You never know.
No, I'm telling you, man. Like we're all on a pirate ship together growing up in that town. I know you have the money or don't. If I know you don't have the money, I ain't expecting payment.
Who's watching your rusty ass house?
Shut up. There are nice houses in Gates.
Where? Where are they hiding them?
There are nice houses.
Well,
So-
you didn't raise in one.
I didn't
You
raise
didn't
in one.
raise in
You
one.
were
Ladies
birthday
and gentlemen,
one.
professional broadcaster Tommy Muley, you didn't raise in one. Caleb, we got you for Gates, buddy. Terrible pick. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Spencerport. It's definitely west side. It's the east side of the west side. And, you got people who live out there who got it and some people who just fake in the funk. So Spencerport's the
All right. I don't.
I don't see Spencer.
No, that sucks. That pick
Yeah,
sucks.
that's not
Armand.
good
That
one.
sucks.
It's
Not
okay
good.
if you don't see it. I see it.
Oh, do you see it? Do you see it? So I did have the pleasure, as much as I
What's
hate
that?
Armand right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I got to meet Armand finally face to face at St.
Wow.
Patrick's Day parade. Good to see you, bud.
Hey, good to see you too, man.
Was that you had a brand new baby? That baby was like fresh
That was
out.
my baby.
It's fresh out the package baby right there.
Yeah, it was my baby. It was her first parade. So it was like, why not? Baby.
Yeah,
in
you
a
never
mirror
forget
in
your first parade at 0.
No, my wife, after
Yeah.
Armand walks away, she goes, how you know him? I go, it's a long story.
Yeah.
She goes, that baby was staring at you. She was just like awestruck, horrified. And I'm like, thanks. I ruined the kid's parade. Thanks,
Oh.
Nana. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's okay. A lot of people don't think that's my baby because, she's very, very light. So it's all right.
No, I got the same problem, Armand. Armand, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one.
There goes Armand. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Johnny. Johnny, where they whining, buddy?
Henrietta.
Henrietta?
Absolutely. It's the half trash of everything. So you
What
got
is that? Back up. What is
the
half trash? What is
town.
that?
Garbage. It's all garbage. But then you got fake garbage people, and fake garbage people go to Mexico because Mexico's half garbage too. It all makes sense. It's Henrietta. I will be a second-time world champ. Thank you.
I think it would be easier. Hold on.
What's that?
If we backed up, what isn't garbage, Johnny?
The fine, fine town of Webster.
Johnny, we got you for Henrietta. Have
Yeah,
a
you
good
got the
rest
Henny.
of the day. What do you think?
No, not Henny.
Okay, well, you're saying no to everything.
No, I'm not. I just don't get I don't get a Henny vibe. I don't get a West Side vibe at all.
Henrietta is always hard to pin down because there's so many different.
It's very diverse.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's funny how you guys came out. You were both on the same page with East Side right away, and all the other calls we've taken, it got West Side vibes immediately.
Well, no, I think I may have screwed that up because I pointed out how this person, like Tommy, wanted East Side. I knew it as soon as he heard house sitting.
Well, I
it's
just had a
cheap.
vision
You
of my parents.
Well, no, but you said chintz, and when you said the
Yeah.
word chintz, everybody blew over to the left side.
Yeah.
West side. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to, is it Panos?
Panos.
Hello,
Yep, you got
Panos.
it.
Where are they whining?
How you guys doing?
Good, bud.
Hey, I got to keep on with the callers. I live on the west side. I'm in and or adjacent to Chilai, and I went with Tommy's chin side with the west side vibe. So I think it's Chilai.
Why Chilai?
Because so being in the area, living in one of those dumpy homes, me and my neighbors will just do it just because my neighbors are super nice. I feel I'm kind of scummy, but my neighbors are super nice. They're the people where if you're working out on your car in the front yard, they'll just come over to help because they're nice. So we do that, but because there's a lot of motion back and forth, people moving in and out, Chilai's also got a little bit of sometimes a snobby vibe, I feel. So that's where, like, I think, Tommy, you said Webster.
Yeah.
I kind of felt that, like, Chilai is our west side version of, like, a little snobby east side. So I'm guessing Chilai.
Okay.
So there's a little snob in Chilai, you're
What?
saying.
What?
Snobbery.
He must have changed 1,000% since I was a snobby Chilai.
You snub it in the chai.
What are you talking about?
Snobbing in the chai.
No, you snob in the chai on the west side at the Leaf and Bean where they will sell you HIT. Snobbing in the chai by one of my favorite Adele
It's a great
songs.
little spot, and I love it there, but I'm like, what's this doing on the west side? This is too nice for us.
It's existed for it was there when I was in high school. Okay. One question
Yeah,
is
that's fine. I love it.
as bad as your is Panos a nickname? Because we've never talked to a Panos.
No, it's a Greek name.
I should have known.
Oh, yeah.
Should have known. Well,
Yeah.
Panos, great to talk to you,
You know
buddy.
what I mean? All the Greeks are on the west side. Well, we used to be until our diners get successful, and then we migrate out to the east.
Panos, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. All right. 252 WCMF. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the going what's the going rate for house sitting? The reason I ask is that my neighbor asked us to keep an eye on their house while they were on vacation in Mexico last week. I should also add, they gave us a key to do a daily check around the house and feed their son's pet fish. We brought their mail inside and made sure their packages were taken care of when they showed up at the house. Am I out of touch, or should they pay us something for doing them this favor? Don't you agree? I find it weird that they haven't offered yet, and I'm starting to think they never will. The family got back a few days ago and gave us a quick thank you when they came to get their house key back. They also gave us a shot glass souvenir that I am positive they got for free from the resort. That was it. I'm worried this will now be a reoccurring request every time they go on vacation. It only seems fair to put a price on it next time. That's a lot of pressure and responsibility to put on a neighbor for nothing in return. What have you guys paid people in the past so I know what to ask for in advance?
252 WCMF. Tommy is in Webster based solely on him doing this every time he would leave his home in Webster.
Yep.
I am in Fairport, and then it's all west side all the way down. Caleb is in Gates. Armand is in Spencerport. Johnny is in Henrietta because, to quote him, it's half trash. I don't even know what that means. And then Panos is out in Chilai
Yeah.
because of the snobs in Chilai. Where did he come from?
I don't live in Chilai, so I guess I
Sounds like he's
I didn't
always
know there
lived
were
there.
snobs.
No, okay, maybe. I was 252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, let's talk to Ben. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
You're going to hate my pick, but I'm going with it because it's a town of haves and have-nots. I feel like it fits the bill perfectly, so I'm going with Canada.
Okay, what else is new? Canandaigua was the worst pick you could have made.
I know, shocker, right?
You want to jump on this one or no?
No.
I mean,
Come on, seriously though, it does fit the bill perfectly. Also, Webster was the winning town last week, Tommy. So your pick sucks.
Was it really? I don't remember. Look at that sheet, maybe back to back.
What is going on over there, Ben?
You good over there?
You fight with a bill collector?
Yeah, no, I'm at work delivering a transmission.
You know, all this cans he's been collecting just fell over. Ben, great to talk to you, buddy. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Phil. Phil, where are they whining, bud?
I think they're whining in Cornhill.
We're going city.
Man, calling a shot.
All right, Phil, why Cornhill?
It just seems like the right mix of money, and they know their neighbors. Like, when's the last time you actually talked to one of your neighbors that you'd give them a key to your house? That stuff happens in Cornhill.
You know, that is an interesting point. Key to the house was a standard neighborly thing back in the day. I would never give any of my neighbors a key to my house.
No, and who doesn't have a little electronic lock to let somebody in, right? Like, I think Cornhill, they probably don't even allow that in the historic district of Cornhill.
All right, whoa, Jeff Bezos, let's not get too out of control here. All right, no, I mean, I don't.
That's a tight little neighborhood.
And I don't hate the logic.
Yeah.
And I mean, we haven't had a city
Those
neighborhood.
townhouses that are right next to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Phil. All right, I want to make fun of you, but that's solid logic there.
Make sure I get a gold star on that sheet.
Okay, Phil, you got it. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. That may be the only city neighborhood where the logic works, though.
Okay.
But do people in Cornhill go to Mexico?
Well, yeah, why not?
I think Cornhill seems like, we're going to a bed and breakfast up in New England.
No, everybody lives in Mexico. It's nice.
No, I'm not crapping on Mexico. I'm just saying, like, tell me if I'm wrong.
All right.
Mexico it seems to be the vacation that your aunt who can't afford it likes to go on now.
Like your dad. Your dad loved Mexico.
He loves Mexico.
Yeah.
Here's a fun tip. True thing my dad said out loud.
What's that?
The best restaurant in Mexico is the Senor Frogs in Cozumel.
I would think because they got them all over the place, even at the airport.
No, this is the one when you get off the boat on
Yes.
cruises. My dad said out loud, the best restaurant in Mexico.
He said the fries were out of this world.
Mexican fries.
Oh, yes.
Hey, you get the cheese and the tomatoes and everything. All right, let's rip through some. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Greece.
Why Greece?
Because pretty much every house in Greece has a fish tank for a kid.
Ooh, we did not factor in fish.
The aquarium.
But it said kid fish.
Pretty much. And I agree with Phil. Giving house keys is a little bit not the norm anymore. So I'm going to say it's Greece.
Okay. All right. I mean, it sucks, but I don't feel like arguing with you today. So we'll take you for Greece, Christine. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining up in Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
You mentioned they went to Mexico, and you said it earlier on air. It's not a pristine destination, so it wouldn't be another town. Neighborly wise, there's some friendly people in Irondequoit. I grew up there. I know that.
Okay.
But you're right about the key situation. You're going to hand a key to your neighbor and say, "Hey, take care of my goldfish or Fluffy the dog," and it's happening right in Irondequoit.
Okay. All right.
Old school mentality.
But do they
That's
still?
right.
But it's
Chin's trip.
No, but like Irondequoit, we found out statistically, Steve, it was the fastest turnover town in Rochester. Kimmy, it's getting way younger, way faster.
Yeah, but there's still some old folk.
But if you look, the taxes are pretty high, so people can't afford to go to St. Lucia or Aruba. They got to settle for Mexico.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I didn't mean to crap on Mexico. I'm just saying, like, there was a time
There was a Sunbelt time.
where your dad and your mom would go to Mexico and they looked like millions.
Oh, yeah, Acapulco. Yeah.
Yes, and like Mexico as a vacation with the direct flights and cheaper carriers and resorts,
Spring break.
it has become a much more affordable vacation.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to. You want Joe or Chris before we get to Barbara? It's your
You always go Joe.
If it goes bad, it's you.
Joes don't disappoint.
Joe, where are they whining, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to try not to go bad. Go with Brighton.
Why Brighton?
I don't know. I feel like it.
There you go, Tommy.
Okay,
Way to
my
go.
last Joe pick. Joe's now suck.
Joe, thanks for the call. All right, we're going to give Chris a shot because Tommy's terrible. Chris is going to be way better. Chris, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
Because I feel like just like Richie people, and a lot of older people, like, Tommy's wife has been there for a while, so maybe they're close with their neighbors.
Do any of your neighbors have a key to your house?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think even before, like when she had kids and stuff, I don't think she.
Well, are you going to get a key to the house before the neighbors do?
No. I still got to knock.
Chris, we got you for Pittsburgh. Thanks for the call, buddy. All right, we
it's
wrap
a
it up
Lousy pick.
with. Why is that a lousy pick?
Pittsburgh's not going to be it.
Okay. Last week's champion.
Oh.
A man who arrives after picking Webster, the town that you picked
Are
earlier.
you sure it was Webster last
Well, let's ask Barber. He's on CMF. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
Tommy was right. That was the place I went with last week. But I'm going to go with Penfield.
Why?
Well, it's kind of like a Chinese buffet. If you're last in line, all the General Shao and the spare ribs and pot stickers are gone. So you got to take
all the good
left.
stuff's gone.
Did you put an SH in General Sow chicken?
Shao.
General Shao chicken.
Did I say that?
Oh, you were saying Barber. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, I'm going to go with Penfield. Plus, it's like Penfield's kind of like a town where the kids have starter pets, like goldfish and stuff like that.
Goldfish,
Anything flushable.
Goldfish
Yeah.
is a starter pet. All right, Barber. Thanks for the call. Good luck, buddy.
One thing, we want us in the kiosk crew there on the YouTube stream. We want to know Tommy's tracksuit. Was that like a jigsaw puzzle missing a piece on his backside last week?
Man, you waited 3 days for that joke, Barber? 3 days?
3 days. I think Thursday was like 5 days ago.
Okay, why don't you go have some General Shao's chicken and stop bothering us, okay?
Shower, chicken alert.
See you, Barber. All right.
All right.
I feel good today. I'm due. Picks town from last
Hey,
week.
it could be back to back. We
You're
don't know
right.
that.
It has happened.
Immediately disqualifies himself. All right. Tommy is in Webster.
The hot pick.
I am in Fairport. Caleb is in Greece. Armand is out in Spencerport. Johnny is in Henrietta. And again, to quote him, because it's half trash, Panos is in Chilai and still can't believe a quality coffee shop like Leaf and Bean exists there. Ben is in Canandaigua because he's a waste of time. Phil is in Cornhill. Didn't hate that pick.
Okay.
Christine is in Greece. Meh.
Yeah.
Steve is in Irondequoit with old school mentality, but a lot of young people moving into Irondequoit. Joe is in Brighton because, remember, that's the one you picked.
Yes.
We let Chris back in. He's in Pittsford. And Barber wraps it all up with Penfield. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Kimmy!
Sit down. Ain't no goddamn Fairport.
You might as well just leave the room.
There ain't no Fairport.
It's over. Oh, she's got a smile. Oh,
You're not gonna like it.
Where they
Give me 7.
whining.
7.
We've got a winner.
7.
And, okay, unless I heard it wrong, or unless you wrote it down wrong.
Damn.
I think we have a winner.
What do we got?
Oh.
Because they whining in Gates.
Yeah, we got Gates.
Oh, I thought you said Caleb said Greece.
No, Caleb
Okay.
did. I might have misspoken. No, Caleb said Gates. Wow.
Okay.
Who was the one right after us? Okay.
And I don't know if is Caleb on the board. I think this is Caleb's first star.
Wow.
All right. Congratulations.
I don't like. No, I feel like this is a lie of a post.
Why?
Gates people wouldn't do this, man. You said it yourself. Oh, what trash is?
Rusty ass gate.
Would people at Gates ask to be paid?
I don't know what happened to Gates.
Oh, they want money.
Oh, there you go. Look at you. You're not even listening, you bitch ass bitch.
And you know why? They see under the T.
They don't want to be paid in shot glasses.
No, everyone in Gates would. Half of Gates gets their annual salary strictly in shot glasses. That's why my dad had so much money trouble. All right. Congratulations to Caleb on your first star. It was West Side the whole time.
Well, look at that. Your town.
I know. I let you guys down, and I'm sorry. And by the way, Panos, who we also made fun of, only a few miles away.
Yeah, not far.
Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Let's take a break.
Okay.
They say fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
But there are some ththings that you can try and fake, and it blows up in your face.
Well, yeah, people could die.
So, no, not that bad.
All right.
There is a man. All right. One of the most legendary U.S. sports franchises sold for a record amount last week. You saw this story?
Yes.
Did you see who bought them?
I thought it was like something like company.
Did you see the issue?
No.
Okay. Well, it turns out if you want to buy a sports franchise for a record amount, you should probably have the money.
Oh, wait, what?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I hope, only for entertainment's sake,
Yeah.
that what people are speculating in this story is true.
What happened?
Well, look, they say fake it till you make it.
Yeah, sure.
And we are finding, and we found the last couple of years, that there are a lot of people
Yeah.
who pretend to know what they're talking about, have things that they don't, and they are completely exposed.
Mhm.
And the speculation is this man may be doing that right now.
Who's this man?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So last week, the Boston Celtics were sold.
Yeah.
And they sold for a record $6.1 billion.
Yeah.
It is the highest price ever paid for a North American sports franchise.
Mhm.
So, people in New England take their sports very seriously.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone wanted to know who the hell the new owner of the Boston Celtics is. His name is Bill Chisholm. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
But you said you know a little bit about him.
I thought it was like some big company, though, like a bunch of investors, like he owned like an investment firm that bought it.
So he owns an investment firm.
Okay.
But he himself is buying the Celtics.
So
With
he'll be like the face of it.
You got it.
Essentially.
And here's the thing. Don't feel bad if you've never heard of him, because no one's ever heard of him. And that's kind of the problem.
What happened?
People are speculating that he does not actually have the money to buy the Boston Celtics.
Oh.
So he owns
Like
a tech.
the money does not exist.
You got it.
Or it's wrapped up in other places.
So it turns out he owns a tech company, but that entire business he owns is only worth $10 billion.
Oh. Okay.
Which is a funny thing to
Yeah.
write in an article.
Yes.
Oh, you only got $10 billion.
Loser.
But the bottom line is,
Yeah.
even if he sold his company, which he's not,
Yeah.
okay. He says he has investors in with him.
All right, so it's going to be a group.
Yeah. But no one seems to know who these investors
Oh.
are.
Mystery.
Didn't this happen to the Islanders?
It did, and there's a really great 30 for 30 documentary,
Yeah.
if you have not seen it, about a guy who bought the Islanders with no money.
Right.
So this man, the way that NBA rules work is you have to
You have to have the money?
you have to pay 15% of the value of the franchise out of your own pocket.
Wait, 50?
15, 1
Oh,
5. If you are going to be the lead investor. But
All right.
That's your down payment.
you got it.
Yeah, you're downstroke.
But that 15% he has to pay is still $450 million.
But that sounds like he would have that.
People are arguing he does not. And they're trying to figure out where. Now, look, all of this is speculation.
So it could be Scamola or a shell game, or he's trying to get the money.
All of those theories have
All
been
right.
floated, and people are waiting to see how all of this is going to play out. If the Celtics did, and the NBA did what the NHL and the Islanders did 25, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I, for one, cannot wait to see how all this goes.
I have a question
Sure.
because I know, like, if you, like the NFL, if you buy a team, it's going to be profitable for you, even if they stink, right? Is it the same? Does the same go for like a sport like basketball? Like, is the NBA, is it a guaranteed? I know, like, the Celtics obviously are like a top team in terms of like history and everything, and people following them. But is it going to be an instant profit for somebody who buys that team, or is there going to be a little bit of a struggle first?
I don't know if you're buying it for $6.1 billion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And, I mean, NBA salaries, you're paying less guys, fewer guys, but
Right.
all of their contracts are guaranteed, and they're getting up to, like, close to baseball salaries now.
Oh.
Like, jaw-dropping
Yeah.
guaranteed contracts. So, Kimmy, to answer your question, I don't know. We've seen some problems with the Dallas Mavericks. Mark Cuban sold a big piece of his the controlling stake to a company who immediately traded their biggest, most expensive star because it seems like they didn't want to pay him long-term.
But at least when you're buying the Celtics, you're buying the biggest franchise in the Northeast.
Right.
Basketball-wise.
What's that?
Are you saying basketball or sports, period?
Basketball.
Okay, yeah.
Like where Dallas, you've got 3 teams in that state that you're competing for dollars.
You're
or
right.
At least that, and like to your point, it's got the most history of a basketball team. What they got, like 20-something championships?
No,
or
look,
something
I'm
like
with you. If you're going to buy an NBA team, you
That's the
slap the
team.
Celtics on the side, that or the
Yeah.
Lakers, and go, this is the one
Right.
that I want, right? But it is pretty amazing.
I am surprised, too, that they didn't have more solid investors ponying up to buy it.
They did. He put in the largest bid.
Oh.
Yeah.
The
How-
NBA
How'd he come up with that?
The NBA has stepped in and said he won the bidding fair and
All right.
square, and they're not worried about it. But as they ask more questions about this guy,
Yeah.
more questions emerge from those questions.
Yeah.
How long did the last owner own the team for?
I
Was it a
don't-
long time?
I don't think it was an individual person. You want to Google it? I think it might have been like a collective company. 'cause
Yeah,
that's
like
kinda-
someone, yeah.
It's going that way now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the days
It's
of
too
the
expensive.
Exactly. The days of the Steinbrenners or the Pagulas owning a team. And even the Pagulas aren't the outright owners of the Bills anymore.
No, they
sell-
sold shares, right?
Yeah. I mean, former NBA stars, speaking of, Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady, who are cousins, are now part owner of the Buffalo
All right.
Bills.
Yeah, the Boston Basketball Partners LLC, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Sounds like a quality firm.
I will say this.
But
Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's who it is now.
That's who it is now.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's the face of this.
The Celtics were sold by owner Paul Gaston.
Okay, so I got it backwards.
Paul Gaston?
I'm an idiot. Yeah, I loved him.
Frenchman.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
There is something so effing cool.
What's that?
About owning a sports franchise.
Well, yeah, it's the ultimate. It's the ultimate. You are filthy ass rich.
Oh, I think it goes past the rich part. Because like, if I had just enough money to buy the Bills, I'd spend all my money. I would live in a one-room apartment with a light bulb.
Okay.
To own the Buffalo Bills, because
wasn't that your dad's dream?
Almost pulled it off. Too.
No, a light bulb. No, you're right, but it's the ultimate. It's the ultimate guy fantasy.
But it's past that, yes, because you'd be the boss and you get to control the team and all that stuff. The club of big-time sports ownership is so elite.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, if you want to be a celebrity, you can. Jerry Jones wants to be a celebrity.
Yes.
He goes out and does it, right? I mean, you can name 5 NFL owners off the top of your head. You can't name me, other than the Busses, a single NBA owner.
No.
You can't name me, other than the Steinbrenners, a single Major League Baseball owner.
Nope.
Right?
Right.
God.
It'd be fun.
I mean, it's, me being a franchise owner myself, like, I dip my toe in it. I already know.
Yeah. Franchise, what'd you buy?
I own shares of the Rochester Red Wings.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Is that why it's empty today?
Well, there's no baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just asking.
Spring training. You look like you were going to say something, Kimmy?
No, so okay, I had that wrong. The Boston Basketball Partners are the ones selling to this Bill Chisholm and his group.
Gotcha.
So they've owned it since 2003.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about the man that Kimmy just said. He just agreed to buy the Boston Celtics last week for a record $6.1 billion, the most ever sold an American sports franchise has ever been sold for. But there is speculation based on how much money this guy has. He ain't got the scratch to pay for the Celtics. How about this?
What's that?
You have to have 15% of your own money out of your own bank account up front according to NBA rules. What's the most expensive check you've ever written?
Oh, it had to be for a down payment of a house
Okay.
to the bank.
Yeah, all right. So 20% of whatever you spend on the
Right.
house. Kimmy, what's the most money you've ever spent on one?
I was gonna say rent, but that's probably it.
Even if you have $2 billion cash,
Yeah.
which you don't. Nobody has $2 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine writing a check?
No.
Do you? It's got to be like a special check, right? Like, you can't just use like any check.
I would want to use just any check. Like fold it up, put it in my pocket, walk it down to the NBA office.
But you probably don't do that anymore. But you probably did at one point. Had to write out, like when Steinbrenner bought the Yankees, you'd have to write. I think he bought it for $10 million.
That sounds right.
And you had to write out a $10 million actual
Yeah.
check to somebody.
And like physically
Hand
hand
it to
them.
Yeah. And then you had to wait 3 days
Yeah, it's gonna,
for
come
the
on.
check to clear.
Hey, listen. What's your cash at next
Yeah.
week just to make sure we're safe? But even like the idea that like you're wiring money, whatever, however
Yeah.
it works, you're going to be out
Yeah.
$450 million
Yeah.
in a matter of a blink of an eye.
But you talk about this. It looks a little sketchy.
Yeah.
But I wonder, like, even back in the day, how many of these guys were on a razor's edge buying these franchises, and running the risk back then. Even the amounts were smaller, but I wonder how much they didn't really have it.
All right. To your point, the only reason the Kansas City Chiefs exist today
Yeah.
is because Ralph Wilson, former owner of the Buffalo Bills, lent Lamar Hunt, owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, the money to stay afloat.
And they were rich. The Hunt family was rich.
They didn't have the money to keep the team operating.
Yeah.
If the Bills didn't step in, that franchise would not exist anymore. Which, by the way, thanks a lot, Ralph. Way to go. But like you look at, there are the last team to contract of the 4 major sports in America was the Cleveland Barons of the NHL.
That went under.
Yeah, and that was in
Like completely under. They didn't relocate.
Instead
They
of
just dissolved.
relocating.
They're the only team to dissolve, and
Yeah.
technically they kind of still exist a little bit
Yeah.
in the Dallas Stars. Now we're getting deep in the weeds. But the point I'm making
Yeah.
is, yes, I mean, it wasn't that long ago where ABA owners, NBA owners, NHL owners, NFL owners were like,
You realize we got to chip in here to keep this thing going.
I mean, yes. I mean, there's talk of contraction in Major League Baseball for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, not so much anymore, but I mean,
But the Pirates are always that team where they have like no payroll, but they also don't win anything.
but they make a fortune, and they figured out the way to make money. People will still keep coming.
Yeah.
They get the share of the revenue.
all right.
I just don't have to pay anybody. All right. I hope to
good
God.
luck, fellas.
Well, no, I want this to.
Good luck, rich man.
I want the drama. I want to watch this man have to do a press conference to explain why
I
he
ain't
doesn't
got
have
it.
it. Yeah. Oh. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next. On CMF. Hey, it's going to be Rabbaroo.
Audio Tuesday Rabbaroo.
For a Tuesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Yeah, what happened? Well, hate?
Yeah, hate mail of the week coming at you. Do you
Too
remember
much
this?
hate.
I love how you don't say anything. And then I go, okay, he's not going to talk. And then I go to say something. And I go, It's like a turbulent air ride. You remember the story 2 weeks ago? A man was arrested, a guy in his 50s, if I remember correctly, for keeping his buddy on his property when he was wanted by the cops. You remember that story?
Vaguely.
Okay, we'll recap that whole thing, right? And the debate in the room became, is there someone in your life you would let live and hide from the cops?
Oh, yeah, going to lamb.
Yeah, you got it,
gotcha.
yes. And, we kicked it around who it could be. One man heard that discussion and was deeply offended. In fact, he actually wants us arrested because he believes we were teaching people how to do that. That aside,
Okay.
He does not seem like an understanding man because not only is he going to refuse to help anybody he knows hide from the cops, he says that as soon as they are a criminal, done, cut, clip, out of his life.
Oh, really?
It's over. It's over.
I'd have no friends.
Well, yeah, no kidding. But even if you are someone with a moral compass, which you are not, it would create a situation because when do you know someone actually committed the crime?
Yeah, true.
We'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Who doesn't think she's a dumb person, not like Tommy and me.
Yes.
I didn't say you guys. I said you guys are smart. I was giving you credit.
And then you put you're lying, and you know you're lying.
I'm not lying. I think that we are all smart in our own special way.
Shut up,
That's
my
such a
mom.
mom statement.
Thank you. For Tommy Muley, who is not smart, has never been smart, will never be smart, and is also ugly. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.